The Planning Committee, 8 a.m. Monday, May 5th. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the March 31st meeting. Do I have a motion?
Move for approval, Madam Chairman.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to item number 3, which is public comments. If you are here for public comment, you have 2.5 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. I'm Larry Kabrowski, and I represent East Cooper, or much of it, from County Council, from McClonville, Allendale, the Old Village, a lot of North Mount Pleasant, Rifle Range Road, Isle Palms, Sullivan's Island, and I'm here to speak strongly about the annexation issue and ask you in the strongest possible ways not to start annexing in the historic preservation communities. And I speak to you as somebody who's sees myself as a resident of East Cooper. I lived in Mount Pleasant. I've lived in Sullivan's Island, Isle Palms. My wife is from McClonville, and her best friend is from Allendale. So we've been through all of this for almost 50 years. And everybody knows what's going on. If you drive up north on 17 and you get to the point where all the subdivisions end, you have Carolina Park, Park West, Carolina, and this, the next step is all 10 Mile and the preservation and Hamlin community. And I beg you, we have a moratorium there now for not to build subdivisions, and we're trying to do everything we can to preserve historic communities and keep the area rural. And if you think traffic is bad now in northern Mount Pleasant, if you start annexing in, I ask you to look at history. What happened to Johns Island was once where we are now in terms of northern Mount Pleasant going into Allendale and beyond that. The city of Charleston annexed in. A lot of it's nightmarish development now. This is ground zero. If you drive up there, you see this is where developers are going next to build used subdivisions. They built out completely northern Mount Pleasant, and all the traffic that will come north of that will back up into us. And the only reason we stopped at 2 years for moratorium, we wanted it to be legally binding. I would have done it for 50 years. This is now, do we preserve our way of life and keep that area rural? If we don't take steps now, everything north of Mount Pleasant to McClonville will be this like Savannah Highway, where all those huge apartment buildings are. We're at a tipping point now. We have the responsibility to preserve it in the rural area of Charleston County and not make our traffic situation worse. What we see now in northern Mount Pleasant with the traffic, if you allow an annex in and allow subdivisions to be built and developers to have their way there, it'll be 10 times as bad. And we have the National Forest to protect us, but our goal is to keep the development from spreading north. And we ask you to not do the annexations. We have moratoriums there.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You for listening.
Sir,
Please
sir,
take it over
could you
to
give that
to
to
the
the clerk, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Sir. Yes, my name is Sean Barnes. I live at 1418 Barber Street. I grew up on Isle Palms and have lived in the Indian Village for over 27 years. Run my business in this town, love this town. What you've done with these new changes is you've opened up the gates for developers to come in and tear down everything. You can't put these big structures in places that have not been upgraded. We don't have the infrastructure. We've already gone through this. That's why we're doing the drainage and so forth. But let me not lose where we're at. We used to be at 15 feet height on access buildings in the Old Village. The old village is at 20. And now you've put them up to 25 feet. It's going to be 6 feet off of our property. What about the people that have been here for generations? If you would go ahead and stick with what they're doing in the old village at 20 feet and use those rulings, right? And allow that to be the top height, they can possibly take some of these houses that are still there instead of completely tearing them out and refurb those. Are we trying to go ahead and take all of our low country away? I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, I've been living there. My wife passed away this year, and we spent many, many times in our backyard. I've got a 10-foot fence. This guy's going to be 15 feet above that, sitting right down there glooming. I've talked to all these people in the Indian Village, and they're seeing the same thing. You could stop these permits on these. I'm not saying that growth is bad. I'm saying these out structures. We need to have something in these legacy neighborhoods that fit in. And I was so sick and tired of the Indian Village always taking the blunt of everything. If you want to sit with me anytime and let me tell you the history of what I've seen through this town, I'd be more than happy to. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you put a temporary hold on these until we can have a public meeting and figure this out, because I can promise you that people are pissed off about this.
Good morning. I'm Brett Bennett. I live at 131 Hibben Street. In the interest of full disclosure, I presently chair the Planning Commission. Wanted to encourage the committee and town council by extension to focus attention and act on three increasingly troubling issues. One is the siting, height, and scale of accessory structures. The second is the subdivision of lots. And the third is the preservation of the old village and settlement communities. First, regarding the scale of accessory structures, specific to the old village, the permissibility of taller and larger structures is changing the character of the community, where historically there were no ADUs or carriage houses, but one vehicle sheds instead. Further, their increasing popularity in Old Mount Pleasant is out of character, may result in losses of privacy, and triggers parking problems too. Secondly, subdivision of large lots. The Planning Commission increasingly sees proposals for the subdivision of large lots into two that are barely within the minimums per the zoning code, which results in out-of-character homes that consume their space and impose themselves on surrounding structures. I recommend some mechanism for ensuring the subdivision of lots be within a reasonable range of the dimensions of surrounding properties to be approved, not merely that they meet a minimum. Lastly, the preservation initiatives. We're seeing what appears to be an acceleration in the number of de facto variances from the architectural guidelines that the former Old Village Historic District Preservation Commission defined some years ago, and worse, outright non-compliance. Thus, I ask Council to strengthen the code and build in greater enforcement, not unlike what's in place in Charleston's Historic District. Further, our settlement communities are under siege and in need of similar review processes and guidelines to ensure their preservation. And correspondingly, I hope that one or more commissions or similar authorities are established to aid in maintaining the character of these historically important communities as well. Thank you.
I just want to follow up on what they said. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 32 years. I have a structure in my backyard that's 25 feet. To the next to me, I have another structure that is 25 feet. My house was at the limit. We did increase our house back probably 25 years ago to up to the 15 feet, which was the height requirement then, and probably our neighbors didn't like it then. But I have exactly 15 feet in my backyard. Y'all are welcome to look at this. I'm so sorry. Mine's too late. I hope to have for other neighbors that have the small houses to have some privacy in their backyard, because I certainly have none. I had no blinds on my windows and have recently had to go out and purchase blinds to put in my windows because it's like they're looking down into I'm in a fishbowl now. So I would just hope that you would take into consideration what these men spoke more eloquently on, and consider this when you're a long time. You know, I've been here for 32 years, and in Mount Pleasant since 1976. So, did you want to see this, or? I mean,
You can send them to the clerk. You can email them to the clerk. There's an email address that they can give you to send to the clerk. And,
okay. Thank you.
and did you state your name and address for the record?
Oh, I am so sorry. I meant to. Lisa Newsom, and I'm at 761 Adelaide Street, Mount Pleasant.
Thank you.
And one home's next to me, and one's on McCants behind me, large one. And it's the ADU the home is set back enough that I don't feel so, but that auxiliary dwelling is just at my fence, literally. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, members of Planning Committee. Daniel Brownstein, 1391 Downsbury Drive. Just wanted to piggyback off of Mr. Bennett's last point, and that's agenda item number 4. Really appreciate you putting that on the agenda. That is to create a parallel process to what the county is doing in terms of the preservation of settlement communities. I think that what we're seeing are property owners trying to annex in to circumvent some of the county regulations that they're putting into place to preserve those communities. I want to make sure, I want to welcome people to Mount Pleasant, obviously, but we want that to be people who are coming for the right reasons, and that's to enjoy our wonderful services and our great way of life, not to circumvent the county's rules on subdivisions. So thank you for your consideration, and thank you for putting this on the agenda today.
Good morning. I'm Adam Ferrero, 1660 Rivertown Country Club Drive. I'm going to change it up just a little bit. I'm here to speak about item number 6, the request a policy amendment that exempts homeowners and business owners forced to relocate within the town of Mount Pleasant due to eminent domain from being required to pay transportation and fire and impact fees unless their business or home is expanded beyond their prior square footage. When a business or homeowner is displaced by eminent domain, it's not by choice, it's a mandate. They're not expanding, they're not speculating, they're being asked to uproot their lives or operations. Often after decades of contributing to the community's tax base, job creation, and civic culture. To then ask these citizens to pay transportation impact and fire fees on their new location fees designed to offset the new strain on the town services feels not only counterintuitive but unjust. These are not new impacts, they're relocated impacts for the same business, same family, simply moving from one address in Mount Pleasant to another through no fault of their own, through their current building being taken away. Other municipalities in South Carolina have created ways and implemented fee waivers or deferrals in certain cases, and I encourage that we do that as well. I respectfully ask for you to consider an exemption or structural relief in these cases. Doing so isn't just financially sound, it's also the right thing to do. Thank you for your time and commitment to serving the community.
Hi, my name is David Quick. I live at 1502 Village Square. I wanted to thank Larry Kabrowski before he bolted out of here for his efforts to help protect both Mount Pleasant, East Cooper, and Charleston County. He's done a lot of really good work, and I really appreciate it. And I'd like to piggyback on a lot of these comments today. There's a common theme here, and it's overdevelopment. And the forces that we're facing are great in this town. The ADUs, what's happening to the historic African American communities in our town, and later y'all are going to talk about the tree task force, the attack on our canopy, our tree canopy. All these things are tied together, and we're really going to have to buckle down to protect our town, or we're going to lose our character. And it's very important that we kind of see the common thread here and see where all this emotion that you're witnessing today is coming from. And it's because we love our town and we're losing our town. And so I really hope that you will follow what Mr. Kabrowski and others have said about Mr. Bennett said about the historic settlement communities. We need to get on the same page as the county, protect those communities, and we need to protect our trees, and we need to protect the older parts of Mount Pleasant that are now seeing all these massive houses being built on lots that normally were just average size houses. It's out of character for the old part of Mount Pleasant to have these massive houses built. So please, this is such a serious item, and we have to see what forces are coming up against us right now. So thank you very much for your service, and I hope you all will proceed accordingly. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cassandra Davis, and my address is 1148 Huro, H-U-R-O Road, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, and that's within a settlement community in the 7 Mile area. This morning, item number 4, you're going to have a discussion on the possible action of creating a process parallel to the county's effort to preserve historic settlement communities. I just want to stand in agreement with this discussion and encourage you all to really go ahead and make that happen. About maybe 4 years ago, at the beginning of the pandemic, I served on the Town of Mount Pleasant Settlement Community Task Force. It was a success. It was put on by the Town of Mount Pleasant, but Charleston County was active with it, and that was actually something that we recommended at the end of the entire process, that some type of representation, and we're asking that members of the settlement community kind of serve the same way we did on the task force. We know we're not have voting rights here, but to be able to stand and give recommendations or express our concerns as county residents. For those who are concerned about it, we do pay taxes in Mount Pleasant for certain services. So I would like for you all to make that happen. That would really make us happy to have that option. And the other item that I want to talk about is item number 5B, R925 Boston Grove Road. I would like for this zoning to CC to be denied. And the reason I'm saying it is because the owners were told by the Mount Pleasant Waterworks that in order for them to annex, in order for them to get water and sewer, that they would have to be willing to annex into the town. That is an issue that we're going to be working with the state with, because Mount Pleasant Waterworks and the Town of Mount Pleasant are two separate entities. And so we're being forced by the Waterworks by saying, in order for us to give you this letter to get your property subdivided, to build, you have to annex into the Town of Mount Pleasant, either now, if your property touches Mount Pleasant, or in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Allen, 619 Robbins Glen Drive here in the town of Mount Pleasant. I stand here this morning in trying to get a better understanding and a gauge of how you all as the town may move forward in working with settlement communities. You may ask me why. 25 years ago this past Friday, in the basement of Mother Emanuel, I hosted the first public meeting along with community individuals that are sitting in here this morning to begin the process which eventually established in 2006 the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor. So if anyone in this room has some understanding of why preservation, protection, and sensibility is needed, I think I am that man. And so this morning I rise early to come here one, to encourage you all, if this is what you all intend to do in working as the county has done, to move forward. But as I've said in the last 25 years, this cannot be a bait and switch, a means of communications that may not always pan out, or just some other subversive situation. So I humbly ask, if this is what is on the table, that it could be done right, it could be done amicably, and most importantly, it can involve individuals with whom this may affect. We find ourselves in a situation now where many of our settlement communities, just not here in Mount Pleasant, because of the breadth and scope of my work, across the entire corridor, finding themselves coming to talking to town council, city councils, county councils, up and down the entire corridor, asking the same question. How can my community be protected? That's been it since the 1860s, and do it in a way that my family can continue to live there. I can be respected and honored for my history and my heritage. So I stand here today just to ask you simply, if this is done, it needs to be done right, respectable, and honorable, that we can see an outlet where these places are preserved and protected. And you will hear these voices similar to what I just said, and I've heard since I'm sitting here this morning. And so that's why I rise early, to be able to come, because of my experience, my understanding, my awareness, and my involvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Craig Askew. I live at 987 Gadsdenville Road in Owendale, South Carolina. I'm in Charleston County proper. Again, I've come this morning, like a lot of these people, to ask that in the Gullah communities, the beautiful Gullah communities that we have over here in Mount Pleasant, that you look at how are we going to protect these places and the sweetgrass baskets, the people, the sowers. If we're going to protect the sowers, we have to protect their families and their communities. Otherwise, these things will be a thing of the past. And the people, the tangible people, the land, the trees, the waterways will not be here. It'll be a thing of the past. We'll be talked about like the American Indians. You don't see them. I come again just to encourage you to have the moral fortitude and strength to include these people at the table. You know, there's the old saying in business, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. We want to be at the table. We want to break bread with you and live and grow in a prosperous community like we are. We're smart, we're vibrant, we're a collective family. That's how we've survived all this time in the Gullah community. We do what we say what we do. We go to church on Sundays. We feed our families and our friends. We welcome you in, even though sometimes we're shut out. But these communities are vibrant, so important to the fabric of Mount Pleasant. I encourage you guys to do what you think is best, but what we think is best too is let's be a part of the whole solution. It's easier like that. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Myra Snipe Richardson. I'm the president of the Hamlin Beach Community Association. I stand before you today to ask you to stop forced annexation without representation. All communities are losing ground. With the forced annexation, and CC and S3 are similar, but they're not the same. Two major differences. We have a historic preservation committee, where the 4th Historic District in Charleston County, and we have a moratorium. In the article that was in March, I believe, it stated that you're going to have more people coming into the town of Mount Pleasant because they'll get around the annexation for the moratorium. It should not be that loophole that they annex out of our area just to build these subdivisions. As for 5B and also 5G, we ask that you do not annex these properties in until this panel is established, until you are have your system set up the way Charleston County is set up with the moratorium for our communities on 4 houses being built at a time. We're just asking you to protect our history, our heritage, our legacy. If you annex these property in, they will be grandfathered in. So if you do put a moratorium in place, they will also still be able to do their subdivisions because the moratorium will be after you put, the annexation would be before the moratorium. I will tell you a small story about the trees. I met a gentleman that used to live by me, and I didn't see him for a long time. And he said to me, I said, I haven't seen you in a long time. And he said, you haven't seen me? And he turned to the trees near our homes and he said, what do you see over there? I said, trees. He said, look again, what do you see? I said, green trees. He said, did you see that they're different colors, that they're different shapes, that they're different sizes? The third look, I really truly noticed the trees. For the first time in 45 years, I noticed the trees around my home. I paid attention to them in the winter. I pay attention to them in the summer, the spring, and the fall as the season change. If we don't stop this overdevelopment, there won't be any trees for us to notice and pay attention as the season go and come. Protect our wildlife habitats. Stop all the building because they will clear cut these property. Protect us. That's what we ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Herb Sass. I live at 413 Hobcaw Drive. I'm here Charleston County Councilman for a large part of Mount Pleasant, and I have been for about 15 years. And it's been my pleasure to work with y'all and with the settlement communities and the rest of Charleston County. And when I first came on council, Dickie Schweers advised me that we needed to do a lot of work to help the settlement communities, and we do spend a lot of time. And I'm proud to say that Phillips led the way and is now a historic community, and 10 Mile is following in that way. We do have a preservation commission, and I'm proud to say that my town is getting a preservation commission, and I'm here to encourage the town and the county to work together so that we have similar zonings and similar issues that we all decide that we agree on in those areas. It's very important, and it looks like we already have some agreement on some of those items, and our planning staff and your planning staff already work really well together on all kinds of things, and this is something that we all need to spend a lot of time on. We owe it to the people. We've got a great community here. I've just heard about all kinds of issues that I already knew about, but y'all have a tough job. You have a tough job. You've got to balance a lot of things. I appreciate what you do, but I really hope that we can get real work together on this issue. And the other thing that I think one of the other people announced was the annexation for sewer. The problem with that is if they don't get annexed, then they get a permit for a septic tank, and none of us want septic tanks. We got to keep the septic tanks out. So it's incumbent upon us also to try to resolve that sewer situation in the area. Otherwise, we'll have a proliferation of septic tanks. We already have up in Owendaw, and none of us wants that. So thank you all very much. Thanks for the job you do. Thank you.
Good morning. I heard about this meeting this morning and I jumped out of bed. I live at 1255 Lake Mallard Boulevard, but my home is Snowden, 1684, born and raised on Foster Creek back there. And back in the 80s, I believe, we gave right-of-ways for the sewer, which is going on right now. I guess it's the last phase of it. I'm not sure because we're up to number 3, which was supposed to be originally, to my understanding, one project. Everybody's talking about expanding Old Village and everything. I lived down there when I first got married back in 73. And if you see it now, everybody who lives down there, it is horrendous. But what I want to talk about is we gave right of ways for that sewer, I believe in the 80s or the 90s. The project is like, what, 40 years old? And when we gave the right of way, it was because we were supposed to get to sewer. Now something have flipped in the middle, and I keep asking this question, who changed the narrative? I have property out there that I want to put another house on. My tract is 10 acres on the end of Isaac Boston Road, where you got the pump station, and I came here and I said this before, and to the waterworks. I'm tired fighting on who changed the narrative for Snowden Sewer. That's what I want to know. Now, I give you right away. Why do I need to give you a right of way and everybody else who gave it for you to tell me 40 years later that I have to annex into the town when you didn't even have an ordinance for annexation, if I'm correct? And I'd like for Mount Pleasant Waterworks, Mount Pleasant Council, and County Council to get it together, because it's not right. Y'all need to get together and settle it, because we gave right-of-ways for the sewer project years ago that was signed by Fritz Hollings and James Clyburn. That's how long it's been. Y'all need to get together and figure it out, because we shouldn't have to be told 40 years, 30 years later that we have to annex when you didn't even have an annexation clause in place.
Thank
And
you.
we gave you the property. We gave you property for all of Snowden.
Thank you so much. Your time is up. Thank you. And did you say your name, please?
Hattie Ori. I'm a grant from Snowden, back on Foster Creek.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm James Wilson, 722 Dragon Drive. I'm here on behalf of Patriots Annex. I'm here with Mr. Michael Bennett, and we really just want to reiterate that we're here and glad to keep working on the proposed PD. And at the last council meeting, you all voted to defer second reading to have a subsequent meeting to work out those 5 points. And we just wanted to show up and say we're here and we're glad, enthusiastic, to keep working on fine-tuning those points. And then, as we've said multiple times, of course, that if it's council's preference just to stick with the existing waterfront gateway zoning, we can certainly do that too. And we're just here and glad to keep working with you, whether it's at this meeting or a separate meeting. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment?
Good morning. Freddie Jenkins, 435 Hattie Street. I just wanted to talk about item number 4, the historic settlement community. About 8 years ago, Thomasina Marshall Stokes and myself and others started this whole process when it was about 20 acres of property that was going to be annexed and sold and houses built. And we in the Snowden community, we did not want that. So we got with Charleston County, and this is how the historic district got started. Only one request this morning is, if you start this historic district in Mount Pleasant, that some of the community leaders sit at the table. That's the only request I have. I think if you do that, it will be successful. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Taylor Bush. I live at 164 Civitas Street. I'm here today to speak on item 5D. This is the property that we purchased about a year ago on Seacoast Parkway. It's a 4-acre parcel, and it's currently zoned area business. And we are proposing a use that's a lower intensity use than anything allowed under that zoning. Over the past year, I've met with and talked to the presidents of the associations that are affected by this piece of property, and I've shared with them our plan, and in all cases, they have expressed to me that their primary concern has been traffic on Seacoast. And so I just think it's important to point out today that the use that we're proposing is a very low traffic use. In fact, this use generates about a similar amount of traffic from one residential house. So your consideration of this this proposal will be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Jacqueline Gore, 308 6th Avenue, Mount Pleasant, 29464. I'm sure that you guys have noticed me before. I attend every committee meetings that the town puts on. The reason being is to be involved in all issues, even if it does not involve our settlement community. One of the concerns that I have today is that the committee minutes were not sent out. I have it sent to my email. Maybe there was a glitch as far as the communication or the computers went down. I did not receive a copy of these upcoming meetings.
Morning, Scott Benedict, 8645 Woodland Walk. I'm here to petition to have one additional hotel in Seaside Farms. I represent the owner of the 1992 Riviera that is in the commercial district of Seaside Farms. The property is approximately 2.43 acres, and it sits in line with several buildings that are in the 4 to 5 story height limit. The original development agreement was established for one hotel, of which Beach Company developed and built, and their development agreement expired in 2013, and actually the Beach Company, who developed the only hotel there, actually sold in April of 2024. The main concern from the public has been traffic. And that was the pushback. So the recommendation the last meeting amongst the commission was for a 25-room hotel. The property actually is large enough to get a larger hotel, and I don't see that being any benefit to the property. So the traffic statements was that it was going to cause a lot more traffic. In actuality, I used a service called Placer AI, which tracks cell phone visits, and that actually shows the real traffic to a property. The data is only 3 days old. The report I pulled was actually March 2024 to into February 2025. And it actually showed traffic for a successful restaurant is almost 2.5 times a hotel of similar size in the area. So we used Burton's Grill and the Homewood Suites, which sits in at the Seaside Farms. So our request, even though we do not have an active buyer for the property, the family has asked me to sell the property. I am a broker, and after 2 years on the market, we have not gotten a whole lot of interest other than hospitality folks. So I asked you to allow one additional hotel, dropping to 25 rooms, and anyhow, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Pam Ireland, 820 Fiddler's Point Lane, Mount Pleasant. I just wanted to say a couple of things. First, and I am the vice chair of the Planning Commission, but I'm here on my own volition. I totally support all of the settlement community comments. When we did the comp plan in 2019, I was on that subcommittee, the Settlement Community Subcommittee, and we have always been working towards or wanting to work towards a cohesive approach with the county so that we could annex people in without them losing anything that the county had protected. It seems to have taken an inordinately long time to get here, even with the settlement task force. So I know you're all thinking along the right lines. I would just say try to get it expedited and put a moratorium on subdivisions in those areas at least before you can get something in place. We run into this all the time on the Planning Commission, and it's really hard to deny the subdivisions. We don't, we want people to come into the town, but we don't want them to lose protections. And the other issue is on the Seaside Farms. I just remind you all that when you guys decided on the hotel zones, Seaside Farms is a community hub, and as such, the only hotels that would be allowed there would be boutique hotels, which are up to 25 rooms. I had voted to allow that on the Planning Commission somewhat reluctantly because there is a very large hotel there now, but I wanted to be consistent with what you had agreed on the hotel zones. So thanks very much.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Schnipke. I live at 185 Mossy Oak Way here in Mount Pleasant. I'm speaking today as a resident, a long-term resident over 30 years in the neighborhood of Bell Hall. I'm speaking against the 55-car condominium that's on your agenda for today. I understand that this will be just 55 cars, therefore or 55 units, just therefore benefiting 55 people. The homes that this would back up against with just a very small buffer, as the developer has suggested, are homes that have been there for over 30 years. Seacoast Parkway, at one time, we all thought 30 years ago would be a church. I understand that the property will be developed, but we ask that it's not so much even just the traffic trips, it's the presence of this building that won't really benefit many people in the community at all. I also want to thank you all for bringing the tree task force to this agenda today. Very excited about the development of the preservation and restoration of the tree canopy throughout the town. I know that you all have worked really hard for a long time getting that zoning passed, and we appreciate that we're finally able to live in this new zoning code effective May 1st. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Trenholm Walker, 66 Hazel Street, Charleston. I'm an attorney, and I'm here to speak to the same issue that Mr. Bush spoke to in the last speaker, and that is 5D. What we want to point out is that this is an extremely low traffic use, and in the alternative, if the property remained AB, there would be an assortment of uses that would be far more intense than this use. As Mr. Bush said, he met with the communities that are on Seacoast Parkway, and they were supportive of this. We'd also point out that from a design perspective, we have confidence in the DRB of Mount Pleasant that would review this, that there will be plantings, that there will be buffers, and that we ask you to give consideration to this use, which is a pocket use that's going to be so much less than what might happen if there was a panoply of AB uses there that could be done under the current zoning. So thank you for your service, and I hope you will look at this in terms of the intensity and what it's going to do. Thank you.
Mike Tanky, 208 Benning Street. I urge you to pause and take the time and in a parallel path as well with the settlement communities, have it led by the settlement communities, and continue the dialogue that's happened with the comprehensive plan to mirror the efforts and allow no space in between for people to work one against the other. Second, I want to encourage you to look at the draft that was provided you for the tree forestry task force. We've provided mission, goals, and action steps, but most importantly, who the stakeholders would be to see that we have a balanced group of people that would come together to deliberate for the long term for our community. So we're planning for our children's children, not just thinking short term on divisive issues, but really planning on a canopy that will be there forever. I also encourage you to look at the heights of the ADUs. All you have to do is go through the village and see the heights and also how the properties are being divided. An unintended consequence of what's been happening is trees are being cut down because when you subdivide the lot, gee, I can't build my house. Well, that's because a lot was subdivided in those and the trees are coming down. So I encourage you on the tree task force to back to that one, to really look at the dispersion of the stakeholders, perhaps thinking 7 to 9 people on that task force, to have it be a committee of council being involved with it and working with it, have the task force have a duration of at least a year, and have it worked under the executive branch so that trees are touched in all departments, so we can look at it in all departments across the town. I think we have a great opportunity to start to have a net gain of trees, whereas right now we're having a net loss, and it's a pretty dramatic loss at that point. So thank you for your time and deliberation, and I hope on the settlement communities we can start post haste, put a pause on it, we can come together. I know that council members are very interested in doing it, and what's more important is it has to be citizen-led. Thank you so much. From the settlement communities. Thank you.
Is there anyone else for public comment? Going once, going twice, and public comment is now closed. Moving on to item number 4, discussion and possible action on creating a process parallel to the county's efforts to preserve historic settlement communities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee members. I just wanted to go through a few things that the county has in place, since the proposal or the discussion is around what perhaps creating something parallel to that. So I wanted to just kind of highlight a few points. This is a community-driven effort that the county is facilitating. There are 3 settlement communities east of the Cooper that do have that designated historic overlay established in the county. That includes the Phillips community, the 10 Mile community, and then the Hamlin Beach community. All 3 of these communities do have active community efforts underway at this time. So the county adopted the historic overlay, and it's really a county-wide effort. And so what's in place right now is a 2-year moratorium, which was passed in January. And that 2-year moratorium is on subdivision of land within these areas for anything 4 lots and over. And it's really so it gives the county and the community time to hone in on, they're doing these area character appraisals, and it's really to allow the county and the community time to hone in on tailoring those historic overlay designations in those districts to be more specific to that community. So that's the moratorium in place. I do want to point out that we do have the same underlying base zoning district, S3 versus CC. We've talked about that. So that is all very similar in nature. What is different is that the county's historic overlay and then that 2-year moratorium that's in place for them to further refine their guidelines. I do have maps of the 3 historic overlays. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know we have representatives from county staff that are here as well, so we're happy to facilitate that discussion.
All right, is there any comments from the committee?
Yes, ma'am, whenever you get a chance. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Chapman.
When I first got on council in 2019, one of the things that we worked on together was to do something to help the settlement communities be a part of Mount Pleasant. We did not want the division that had been here for so many years. With your help, Madam Chairman, we created a committee to actually look at settlement communities within the Mount Pleasant area. And I say area because I consider that the settlement communities are part of Mount Pleasant already, and we want them to be part of the settlement communities within Mount Pleasant. At our last meeting, there was a request to do annexation and to keep the annexation with all of the requirements within the town. Requirements which Ms. Reed just showed that are exactly the same in terms of the zoning, in terms of the number of lots available in a subdivision, etc. We also said when we approved it that we wanted it to be part of what the county is doing. That's why this is on our agenda today. And I want to let all the people in the audience who spoke on this know that we want to be a council that not only protects the communities, but also gives the property owners the opportunity to have sewer. And that's critical as far as I'm concerned. We don't want any more septic tanks, and we specifically created a positive mechanism between the town and the Mount Pleasant Water Works to do a better job with overseeing the septic tanks. And I would just like to say that I agree with the residents who came here wanting us to do this expeditiously and not wait too long, to do what's needed to preserve the historic settlement communities, but yet still have a community that works together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyatt.
I've thought about this since I got on council, that we needed to have protections for our settlement communities, and so I'm very much in favor of us working with the county and having regulations that match. This could be beneficial for the town. They might, these communities may be more inclined to annex into the town if they feel protected, and the town benefits as well. I know we've thought with our community conservation that we were doing something for those properties, but I don't feel it's enough, and I would like for us to work with the county and come up with the best solution for protecting these communities.
Mr. Reba?
Yeah, so just to kind of take us back a little bit, when we developed the historic or the settlement community task force, one of the big recommendations coming out of that was to work with Mount Pleasant Water Works to about existing homes that have been there for a long time that did not want to annex into the town for whatever reason, and they could not receive sewer service. So we updated that annexation ordinance to allow those existing homes to receive sewer service without having to annex, so we can get more people tied in. However, we were very intentional in making it to where it was only existing homes before the date of that ordinance, because we did not want that used to then be a developer's playground to develop lots that are undeveloped or subdivide lots that were already there. So that was the main recommendation coming out of the last settlement community task force, and we worked hard on that to change that. I also agree that the CC zoning, we also worked to update the CC zoning a few years ago, I believe, to make sure it was pretty much step for step with the county's S3 zoning. It seems like the only, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Reed, it seems like really the only area where it's different at the moment is, yeah, and see, even our lot sizes are require a little bit bigger, so it's really more protective than the S3 zoning. It seems like the only thing that's different at the moment is just this 2-year moratorium. Do we know when that moratorium expires?
So it was adopted in January 25, so it'll be January as it is now, January 27.
Okay, and that's only on the subdivision of lots greater than of greater than 4 lots. Is it?
I believe so. 4 more
greater
lots.
Than 4 lots. So really, if it's a smaller plot of land that wouldn't be subdivided in more than 4 lots, there is, I mean, the zoning is the same. And I just want to remind everybody that if with annexations, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, is that if we deny the annexation, they get sewer and water service without having to annex, without having to pay impact fees, without having to pay town taxes. And then you think 10 or 15 years in the future, and that's why we have streets in our town that we send a county trash truck goes and a town trash truck goes, and it's extremely inefficient and kind of silly. So I don't know if this committee wants to look into a matching moratorium ordinance, or I'd definitely be open to exploring that. But I'm not in favor of denying annexations because they'll receive the water and sewer service anyway, and then it expands the water and sewer service to basically create a domino effect where more and more people can tie in without annexing. So,
thank you, everyone. My thoughts on this was one of the things that came out of the Settlement Community Task Force. There was a lot of I think it was a really, really great task force that generated a report that kind of laid out sort of action plans for and opportunities for the settlement communities of who they go to for certain things, like are certain roads DOT roads, are they certain roads county roads? If they're not, if they want sidewalks, it's not the town of Mount Pleasant because they're not in the town of Mount Pleasant. And a lot of it was also trying to provide education of the town, of settlement communities' needs, and then the settlement communities of what the town offers, right, if they were to choose to come in. But I think what came out of it was that they did not want to come into the town. Mm-hmm. And so what's happened now with these developments of the historic overlays is it's created this disparity between our community of Mount Pleasant and the county, to where people who have sold out their properties out of the, and they're trying to escape basically these historic overlays into our town. I'd like to thank Councilman Brownstein for putting this item on the agenda. And bringing this idea forth. I think if we had something in parallel, and one of the things that we did do was we changed the name of our Old Village Historic District Commission to be broader, so that if these communities did choose to come into the town, that we would have a place for them to sort of be. But what we didn't get to was actually creating the historic overlay, because there's nothing to create an overlay over. There are no properties in the town to create this overlay over. So I guess my question to Ms. Reed is, how do we create an overlay over nothing? Because they're all in the county.
They are, and it's my understanding that as the county has developed these overlays, what they have done is there were properties that would have been within those historic boundaries, but the county pulled them out when they mapped them under the historic overlay. So for example, the Phillips community may have had, I think, eight properties that were annexed from the overlay. So instead of them being shown within the overlay, they have been pulled out of that overlay. A couple of things I'd like to, Liz corrected me. The moratorium is from July 2024 to July 2026. I apologize for that. And then one thing I wanted to, Mr. Rambo, I apologize if I was omitted that, but in addition to the moratorium, anytime there's any land development or improvements within these overlays, these 3 historic overlays that have that designation, they are required to go to the county's Historic Preservation Commission. And much like our Historic Preservation Commission would do, the commission reviews it, looks at it for architecture, how does it fit in with the land development patterns, and then they actually get a COA, much like they would in the Old Village. So there's also that overlay and that extra commission that they are required to go through. As for how it would work, I mean, we've talked about it with the county staff. You're right, to create just a town commission for no properties right now that are in that, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But we've talked internally with the county about maybe it's some sort of joint county town commission where we do work together. That way, whether it's in the town or the county, you have the same guidelines, you have the same commission that you're going to, and that would, of course, would take a lot of review and for legal to look at. But those are just some things that we've talked about and thought about. But we're happy to pursue anything that you all
So if we were
ask
to,
us to.
if we were to make a recommendation here, I think there's two sort of things here, right? There's a recommendation on the potential matching of the moratorium on subdivisions, right? And then there is the recommendation on this parallel process or somehow working with the county. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to create an overlay that encompasses the county that says, should anything come out of there, it comes into us, you know, that sort of
Mhm.
situation. That might be viable. And would that would be something that we could recommend to full council. I think we need full council sign off before we direct staff to do any sort of serious work on this. Do you tend to agree with that?
Right.
Yes. Okay. So do I have a motion or any
I-
thoughts?
I'll make a motion to do as you suggested, and I want to add that this is not necessarily just on our agenda because a specific council member put it on. When we approved the previous zoning or annexations at our last meeting before council, we specifically said to start work with the county on creating a similar similar zoning to what we already have with the community conservation, which, as Mr. Rambo already showed, is actually better than what the county has. So we specifically approved something at the last meeting with the idea of getting this started.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table.
I'll second.
Can you just clarify your motion on what exactly you're recommending?
Sure. I'm recommending that we begin the dialogue with Charleston County to have similar requirements within annexation where ours are actually better, and to have a mechanism whereby the settlement communities can have their own group to make recommendations on preserving their communities
In the moratorium?
in a moratorium.
A moratorium on subdivisions. And this is a recommendation to full council.
Full council.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second. We're in discussion. Ms. Hyatt?
I'm wondering if we can establish the way we've done hubs, the way we've done hotels. I mean, the hotel doesn't exist, but we're designating an area that they're going to be allowed if they happen within the town. So I'd like the part of the process to identify, almost like hubs, all of our historic communities, because I feel like there are more than the 3 that the county are working on. We could broaden that and then work with the county on the rules. So when we say how could we accomplish it, I'm just wondering if that's a way. I mean, we do define areas for things that don't yet exist.
Yeah, that's correct. And the great thing is that the county already has the boundaries, so we can work with that and work with them on that.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Rambo?
Oh, sorry. It's so that was a long motion. So it's really just to send it to full council for next Tuesday's meeting for further discussion, because it would obviously any changes would need to go through planning commission and all of that. So this is just to get an initial discussion from council.
Yeah,
With a recommendation.
Okay. Mr. DeMar, is staff does that motion make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to item number 5A.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Planning Committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning. We have a request for annexation and zoning for R3 at 3638 Zacoma Drive. Wanted to provide a panoramic view because this is on the perimeter of our planning area. You can see here we have Highway 17 at the intersection of Lieben Road, the town operation facility, At the terminus of Leben Road, you have the Copiahee View neighborhood, which overlooks Copiahee Sound, and here is our subject parcel. So you can see here, sewer and water is available on Zacoma Drive, and actually all 230 lots within this neighborhood have access to water and sewer, and these were platted by the county. These lots were platted in 1964 and predominantly have remained within the county since that time, less one parcel that annexed and zoned R1 in 2019. So within the county, this has a zoning designation of manufactured housing subdivision district, and it's going to give us a context clue into the request for R3, which the applicant has made. The town's R3 and the county's MHS are identical, mirror images as far as density, lot width, and dimensional standards. They really mirror each other as far as the development standards go, and that's why the applicant requested that. They understood the entitlements that they had in the county, and they then proceeded to ask for the entitlements that would correspond with that in the town. However, the Planning Commission, in looking at the comp plan, recognized that this area has a future land use of conventional residential neighborhood. So the town's plan, it's understood that the county has the manufactured housing zoning district, and they have a certain set standard for it. The town has stricter standards on this for larger lots, less density, R1, R2, rural conservation zoning. So for that reason, Planning Commission did follow along with the comprehensive plan and recommended denial. So if you have any questions on that, I'm glad to answer and fill you in on that.
Ms. Hyatt?
Okay, so they're asking for the R3 zoning. What else is allowed besides what's on that chart? Are there any duplexes or any?
So within the county?
Within the town.
Town?
So R3.
So certainly, yeah, our duplex, R3 would allow for duplex and single-family homes. But that in the town, that's the extent of what could happen on that site. So you're correct. Duplex could be, I don't believe that's the applicant's intent, but that is certainly possible.
Yeah, once it's zoned.
But in the county, it can do the same, right?
Yeah, correct.
Mr. Rambo?
Yeah, that's my understanding. So, again, if we deny this annexation, they're going to be able to then access the water and the sewer and do what they want to do within the county, which the developer would probably love because then they don't have to pay impact fees and adhere to less strict zoning in the county than the R3 zoning. So, with that in mind, I would like to make a motion to recommend to full council approval of the annexation and the zoning.
Second, but I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're in discussion list.
Yeah.
Is everyone ready? Are you ready to make an amendment?
Yeah, well, my amendment's going to be that it be considered just like we discussed on item 4 with by full council. That it be part of the discussion with item 4, our item 4.
Is this in
I
that
do
area?
want to make a statement here that this is not an historic district. This is just a county property. We do have some.
I'll remove my suggested amendment.
Thank you. So we have a motion to approve annexation. We have a second. We're in discussion. Can I see what, like the zoning currently, like it's all county except for one? So with this one property that's annexed in and zoned R1, so we're already sending our garbage trucks down this road to pick up this one house, right? Yeah. So to me, like you said, Mr. Rambo, whether they come in or don't come in, they're going to develop one way or another, and it's going to be with water and sewer one way or another. And so better to bring it into the town and so that the town benefits at that point. And we're already sending our services down for this one property. So that's all right. Any Ms. Hyatt?
Normally, if we annex this falls in as R1 in this neighborhood.
That's correct.
Yeah, normally, historically, we have taken these two things and separated annexation and zoning. So I'm inclined to
interesting.
annex, but I feel like this is historically meant to be an R1 neighborhood. And that picking that one lot out is gonna, to R3 is gonna open up.
This is a great point, Ms. Hyatt. Why is this is an annex and a zoning together when usually they are separated into two items on the agenda?
They should be taken separately.
They should be taken separately. Okay. So all right. So our motion is to approve the annexation.
I can withdraw my motion and make them separately.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I don't know who seconded my motion.
Mr. Chapman, do you withdraw your second?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'll first make a motion that we recommend approval of the annexation to full council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to annex passes. Do I have another motion?
Madam Chairman, I think the motion is to request council annex rather than, we're not annexing it.
Right. That's right.
Oh, I
It's a
said that.
recommendation.
Yeah.
But I think the second question is on the zoning, right? Do I have a motion to recommend to council the zoning? Denial of the zoning request, or
No, I will recommend the motion for zoning. Have any of you been down to look at this property? I have, and I would suggest if you haven't, go look, because there's a reason for the zoning, and it's again comparable to what, actually better than what the county has. So I would suggest you go take a look.
okay. So what's your motion?
My motion is to recommend to council the zoning of R3 for this property.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the R3 zoning. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Hyatt?
I actually spend a lot of time in this area, and all of it is being developed as single-family residential. Lot by lot is being purchased, and the trailers are taken out, and a home is built. So every one of these lots is really a single-family residence, R1 situation. So I won't be voting to approve R3.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
No.
So its motion fails 2-2. So this will go to council without a recommendation from committee. Moving on to item B, Boston Grill Road, Annex and Zone Community Conservation. I have a quick question. Can we, because this is one that falls within a settlement community, is that correct? Is there a way, how long can we defer this request for annexation while we consider item number 4?
So the new ordinance says you have 6 months to take action from the Planning Commission's recommendation. Having said that, the Planning Commission doesn't make a recommendation on annexation. They only make a recommendation on zoning. But 6 months.
6 months. Okay. All right. So we have annexation and zoning on item number B. Do I have any?
Move to defer.
We have a motion to defer.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item number C.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a request to amend the Watermark PD for a 1-acre parcel on Bowman Road. You can see here that the subject parcel is triangulated between Watermark, Moss Park, and I-526. And the comp plan has given this a neighborhood scale commercial designation, meaning that the neighborhood scale uses would serve all neighborhoods within a quarter-mile radius of this site. Before jumping into the request, I do want to give some quick background information on this site. 1988, it was annexed and zoned as R1. This parcel had frontage on Bowman and Melvin Bennett. In 2018, the portion fronting on Bowman was given an AB commercial zoning. The portion Melvin Bennett remained R1. It was later subdivided. In February of this year, we had a AB2 request on the Bowman portion that was withdrawn. We now have a request for PD. And I think this exhibit will kind of give some context to that pivot from AB2 to PD. And really it's because AB2 is a package deal. You can't isolate and pick out uses of AB2. You have to take it as is. With the PD, it would allow the applicant to retain all AB uses and retain that AB character, but adding in car rental office and outdoor storage for that specific use. So car rental office on its own, that could happen in LO, but with the PD, they'll be able to reach and grab one use out of AB2 and import it into this PD. So that's kind of the reason for this pivot. And Planning Commission did recommend approval with condition that this 8-foot masonry wall be built around all areas that it abuts residential. And I did want to show this prototype from the applicant. This will have to go through the design review process and meet all guidelines, pitched roof, predominantly wood, low country vernacular, but typically for this use, you're going to have 1,500 to 2,000 square foot, one-story office building. And I've tried to scale that out. That's typically what it would look like fronting on Bowman. So glad to answer any questions you might have on that.
Do you have any thoughts from the committee? I had an opportunity to meet with the developer. I was on council when this property was rezoned and into the AB and the residential, and I actually voted against it because there was the residential properties on Melvin Bennett were very, very concerned about having a 3 to 4 story office building built, overlooking their backyards, and it passed because I think being on Bowman, there was the thought that should be area-wide business, but my concern was that was going to slowly flip Melvin Bennett one property after the other into commercial and sort of impact the people who've been living in that neighborhood for years. But what's done is done. We are in the realm of AB, and to me, a 1,500 to 2,000 square foot one-story building is a much better outcome for residences that live behind it than a 4-story office building. So I'm comfortable with this. Is there any other thoughts from the committee?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not in favor to starting another Rivers Avenue on Bowman Road. We've already got car dealership there or car repair there next to this request. It is expanding that down Bowman Road toward Rifle Range. I'm not in favor of this becoming another Rivers Avenue in Mount Pleasant.
Mr. Rambo?
Well, I would like to make a motion to recommend approval of the request with the Planning Commission conditions.
All right, we have a motion to approve with conditions. Do I have a second? Oh, do I have a second? All right, I'll second.
Okay. I agree with Ms. Whitley. I think the way the developer is doing this as a PD instead of a straight AB2 that would open the door to so many different zonings. The fact of the matter is it's already zoned for a number of uses that would not fit next to these neighbors. It would fit a lot worse than this request with a single-story office. I think an 8-foot masonry wall is a great idea, and it is a solid buffer as well. So just if I lived there, it wouldn't be my perfect choice, but it's better than a lot of the alternatives that it could become. And so I think, yeah, that's why I'm in favor of it.
Ms. Hyatt?
I agree that there are a lot of things that are going to be less impactful, but when you speak to the neighbors, they still sort of sound more like Mr. Chapman as far as that type of use being in their backyard. So I won't vote to improve it.
And the developer did provide letters from the neighbors directly behind the property, not adjacent, but directly behind. And I suggested that it'd be useful if he was able to reach out to all the neighbors that abut the property. But the neighbor directly behind was fine with it. They understood when they bought the property that it was a commercial zoning behind them, and I'm sure that impacted the price that they paid for the property.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to recommend to council to approve this PD. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, motion fails 2-2, so it will go to council without a recommendation. Moving on to item D. This is for the 55-unit garage condominium.
Christopher Lubert's gonna, the planning department's gonna present this agenda.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Chris Luber with the Planning Department, as Michelle just mentioned. So this request is very similar to the last one at Watermark that Peter just went over. The applicant is requesting to amend the Bell Hall PD to allow this parcel into that PD and to allow AB uses and adding on a maximum 55 unit condominium, garage unit condominium. And so here's the parcel there. You've got Seacoast Parkway north, Long Point Road, and then 526, and the parcel's outlined. It's currently zoned AB. It abuts some R1 in county and also Bell Hall PD surrounding it. The future land use is community scale commercial. And here it is in the Bell Hall PD map in track N. And so this was recommended to be denied at Planning Commission. The applicant has since made a few changes. Initially, they were requesting some variances to the trees, buffers, parking, and sign ordinance. They've since removed all that from the application, and they're just now asking for the land use. Here's another shot of the conceptual, and again, this will now meet all towns' commercial design standards. And as Peter mentioned, there's that use, adding that 55-unit garage condominium to the AB would be more applicable with AB2, but instead of requesting AB2, the applicant is just requesting AB plus this one use. And then some further additional information the applicant's provided is SCDOT's recommended preferred alternative. So if you look closely down there, you'll see SCDOT is proposing a 24-foot tall sound wall barrier, which would help buffer off that use. I'm here if you have any questions, and our applicant's here as well.
Mr. Rambo.
I'm sorry, what is a garage condominium? I've never heard that term before.
I'll let the applicant speak to that.
Good morning, Chris Palenko, 4314 Pablo Oaks Court. Thank you for your time. So a garage condominium, basically this is an extension of a single family home. We build these, they're sold, and then the individual owners primarily use them to store vehicles and boats and different things that you can't keep outside of your yard and don't fit in the garages at their homes. We've done 3 of these in other markets. As you see, we have a local partner here and have identified this site, and they're very low intensity uses. Everything is contained inside the building. They're technically commercial property, but there are 2 main restrictions on them. You cannot live in one of these, you cannot stay the night in it, and you cannot operate a business out of it. So even though it's a commercial property, it really functions as a extension of the home.
So each one of these would have its own like tax ID number?
Absolutely.
And
you'll get full boat tax revenue. Like these are commercial condos, probably median value of $400,000 to $500,000, with literally the R8 40-unit complex in another market has less water and sewer usage than one single family home. So they have no intensity, no demand on public services. They're going to serve people who live within 5 to 8 minute drive of them.
So you develop it, you sell off all of them, and then there's a condo regime, basically.
Correct.
But, okay. Sorry, I just didn't know what it was.
Yeah. So it's basically storage units, but
it's
condo.
But they could
So
be
they're
used as
owned.
basically.
So you- They're owned.
They're
and-
owned. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's an owned storage unit.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Hyatt?
What value did you say for each one?
The median value will probably be $400,000 to $500,000.
Thank you. I think we don't have any other. Do you have any other questions? No. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. Any thoughts from the committee?
I'll make a motion, Madam Chairman. I'll move that we recommend to full council to deny this request.
Okay, we have a motion to deny. Do we have a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, second for the purposes of discussion. We are in discussion.
Does anybody have anything
Mr. Rambo?
What planning commission? It says planning commission recommended denial. What was their discussion? What were their reasons?
Well, you guys can jump in. I believe they thought it was not a good fit for this area.
Mm-hmm.
They said on the other side of 526 would probably be more appropriate, but specifically here, it's very in front of you. It's right when you get off the off ramp of 526. So that's pretty much it.
That's it. And also they talked about this wasn't necessarily a commercial use that the residents that surround that area would frequent. So it wasn't a grocery store or a drugstore or something like that. So it didn't really.
It's interesting because I feel like it's something. I know that the residents are concerned about traffic, but I think the residents would much prefer a grocery store or a restaurant as like an amenity to the community, rather than $400,000 to $500,000 rented storage or owned storage. It's interesting. Ms. Hyatt?
So this is across the highway from, the parkway from residential. There's no residential abutting this property, right?
I believe there is.
I can't tell from, is there any residential around it?
So
We went through the slide so fast I couldn't see.
They're all right here.
But they're across the kind of Seacoast Parkway. So they're not like across the fence, they're across the road. Okay. Yeah, my main concern would be what other amenity for the community could come up there, but
All right, we have a motion to deny in a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the denial, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I don't know.
Which way are you going?
I'll say no. I'm reserving judgment. I got to do some more research.
Okay.
Mr. Rambo, are you abstaining?
Sure.
Okay. So this is a recommendation for denial, 3 with 1 abstention, and it's a recommendation to council. Moving on to item E. This is a Dunes West self-storage facility, amending the Dunes West PD
Thank you, Madam Chair.
to allow for self-storage. Do we need to hear the full proposal, or is there a motion?
I'll move.
move to deny.
Second.
We have a motion to deny in a second. We are in discussion. Is there any? Would anyone like to see the presentation, or we feel comfortable?
No, ma'am.
All right. All those in favor of denial, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries. Moving on to item F, Seaside Farms PD to allow an additional hotel in the PD.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the subject parcel site. It is the old Yamatos, current Yamatos. It's 52 acres within the neighborhood tract of Seaside Farms. I want to talk about the PD amendment request, the existing conditions, and then the 100-foot roadside buffer. But as it has been mentioned, hotels are permitted by right within this portion of Seaside Farms. However, Seaside Farms is currently entitled to only 1 hotel. That allocation was given to Homewood Suites in 2002. The applicant is now requesting to modify that provision to allow for 1 additional hotel. So you can see here, these are the existing conditions. I did want to give a site comparison of 50-foot hotels. Homewood Suites is capped at 50 feet in height. It has 107 rooms on 2 acres. The True Hotel on Hungry Neck, that's 124 rooms on 2.5 acres. And the Hyatt House is 128 rooms on 2.6 acres. So hopefully there's this recurring theme that you're seeing that if you want to build a 100 plus, traditional style hotel, you're going to need 2 to 2.5 acres to do that. And I even threw in the Clarion Inn, which is capped at 40 feet in height. And just to get 116 rooms, they need 3 acres. So when you take away that vertical portion, they have to sprawl out further. And we should probably take that consideration when looking at the 1.4 acres of developable area that this site has. It's likely not going to be your full-scale 100-plus unit traditional hotel. And one of the big things that's taking away from that developable acreage is the 100-foot buffer. You can see the vantage point from IOP Connector here. This is a view of the 100-foot buffer, and just on the other side of this is the Homewood Suites 4-story, 50-foot hotel. It's invisible to the public realm, and it is a strength. It's the biggest strength of this development, but it's the biggest encumbrance on this specific site. But I will say this is a case study that we share with applicants when we're talking about preserving existing trees. In 1996, these were not planted trees. These were trees that were preserved as a part of the development, and they've exponentially grown and contributed to that canopy. So Planning Commission did recommend approval with conditions with a hotel limited to 25 units. And that's largely because this was an area that was, Seaside Hub was designated for boutique hotels. However, as you heard from the applicant during public comment, that is not necessarily their request. They would still like to pursue a traditional style hotel. It may not be 100 units, it might not be 75, but they would like the option to pursue other avenues other than just a 25 unit boutique hotel.
Thank you. Do we have any thoughts from the committee?
I have two questions. Will we still have the 100-foot buffer on the Isle Palms Connector?
That is correct.
We'll still have that. Will access be denied except along Riviera Drive going in, or will they get direct access to Isle Palms Connector?
I would imagine that would be the primary access. I don't know that we could restrict access from this hotel to Long Grove or onto Rifle Range, but...
No, I'm not saying
Okay.
Long Grove. I'm saying the Isle of Palms Connector itself. It won't have access, correct?
Oh no, this parcel will only be able to use Riviera Drive to access.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying that.
Okay. Any other thoughts from the?
Well, I'd like to know what were the other stipulations from the Planning Commission.
This was it. They identified that the comp plan and our code identified this as a boutique hotel area, and they wanted to, in keeping with the comp plan and the intent of it, that's the recommendation they made.
I'll recommend approval based on the Planning Commission's, recommend approval to full council based on the Planning Commission's recommendations and conditions, as well as making sure we've got the 100-foot buffer.
We have a motion to recommend approval. Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Do I have another motion?
I would like to move to recommend to full council with no recommendation. To send it to full council
Okay,
with no
so then
recommendation.
I don't think we need a motion. Is that right? If it's just going to go to council with no recommendation? Mr. Demora? If we're
correct.
sending it to council with no recommendation, okay.
That's correct.
I mean, for me, we designated hubs for hotels, but that was to limit AB zoning to have hotels in designated areas. While this is in one of those hubs, it is a PD, and I don't see why another hotel would be necessary or make sense when there could be something there that's more like, again, an amenity to the community that surrounds the Seaside Hub. So I'd be more in favor of sending it with a recommendation, but that's fine. All right. Is any further discussion on this topic? Nope. Okay. Moving on from item F. Also, I would like to apologize for going over. I know we were supposed to be done at 9:30, but I think these are all very important things that we need to discuss, and the public definitely needed to be heard. So we will continue, but thoroughly and quickly. Item number G.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Again, this is from the settlement communities. Is
It
it
is.
correct? Do we have a motion on this to possibly defer as we consider
I'll
item?
move to defer.
Okay, we have a motion to defer in a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion was to recommend deferral. Item number 6, this is discussion and action about impact fees to exempt properties affected by public condemnation.
Yes, ma'am. I don't have a lot to add here. I think you heard the concern with the public comment. I have a few bullet points on how our current impact fee ordinance is set up, and then I know that our legal counsel is here to answer any questions that may come up. But development impact fees are charged to new development, redevelopment. In the case of relocating an existing land use, they are assessed. to the relocated use at its new location. The fees are to be collected, they must be collected prior to the issuance of a permit. And then we currently do have a process in place called payment under protest, whereby the property owner can appeal. There's an appeal process in place. That's really all I have, and I know that Mr. Pagliarini is here to answer any questions.
Mr. Rambo?
To me, this seems like a no-brainer. I mean, someone's invested their business in Mount Pleasant, and it's taken through eminent domain, and they want to rebuild a similar business, whether it's across the street, down the road, whatever. I don't think that they should be subject to the impact fees as long as it's the same or less square footage, the same use, all of that. Of course, if they expand their square footage or whatever, I think they should pay the difference. So I don't know how to make that into a form of a motion, or if that is the recommendation, or
Maybe Mr. Pagliarini can answer for us how best to go about this. Because I agree with you, Mr. Rambo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee. I think there are a few other, and I'll answer your question, just a few other considerations as we've thought through this. The first is we want to make certain that committee and council make a decision on whether this exemption applies if fees have not previously been paid. So again, as you're aware, we haven't always had impact fees. A majority of operations did not pay impact fees. And so we want to make sure that you consider that at least. Our thought process is that we tie it to relocation. In the condemnation process, there are relocation and reestablishment benefits. But there are a number of reasons that a business could no longer operate. And we want to make sure that our exemption is clear. We'll work on that language, but I just bring it to your attention. I believe the last thing I'll say that Michelle mentioned is that we do have an appeal process. And I want to reiterate that this appeal process probably allows for these considerations. But this is I don't want to say unique, but it's a fairly rare circumstance that this occurs. So one thing we'll be looking at in more detail is whether the current appeal process is sufficient to handle these types of requests given their frequency. But those are the items I'd like to raise. The other, I guess, final is that there's always more. When there is reestablishment and relocation into condemnation, oftentimes landowners are afforded reestablishment fees. And one consideration for council as to whether, if they're paid reestablishment fees, whether those should go towards impact fees as well. Meaning, if they're going to be compensated, and then, I guess in the reverse, if there are no fees, then they may not qualify for those establishment fees. So, we're going to look into that to make sure how those fit together.
Thank you. And Ms. Hyatt?
I was just trying to think of a way to make a motion to recommend this to
Yep.
full council. I know we want to, if we're losing a business due to condemnation, we want to keep them here.
Right. Mm-hmm.
We don't want to lose them completely in Mount Pleasant. So we'd like to.
If you just move to
make
recommendation, we'll have language for consideration. I just want to say though that language, when it gets to first reading, may not, because of all those considerations, it may be subject to substantial change by council, and that's just what I want to convey. But as long as you make a recommendation to approve the agenda item, we'll draft it accordingly. And then, unless you'd like to bring it back to committee before council.
No, I'd like it to go to council with your
Right.
considerations.
Very well.
So is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recommend to full council an exploration of an amendment to our ordinance on impact fees regarding public condemnation. Mr. Rambo, did you?
is it an exploration or
I think
he says going to write a full ordinance?
recommend a draft with
Recommend, and we'll
That
have
would
it for
create a
first
draft.
reading. Yes.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to, my opinion on the if they didn't pay impact fees, well, that means they've been an established business in Mount Pleasant for a long time, and I don't think they should be punished for that and have to pay impact fees. So.
And I also think the appeals process, if you can bypass the appeals process, right? Like that's just an extra step and hurdle
An
for them to
extra
get
hurdle.
reestablished.
Yeah.
So if there's if there's something already in place that just triggers this, then I think that would be better for the business than making them jump through a bunch of hoops to get if they're already being forced to move.
Yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to item number 7, discussion of tree task force and next steps.
Yeah, so just a couple of slides. The first one is how the wording that came out of the adoption for this task force. Really, the only parameters that were outlined were that the task force to include tree experts, a town council member, a planning commission member, and a green commission member. So that was the wording and how it was the guidance that was given at that time. Really, just for discussion, I wanted to throw out some things, and I know that we've all received Mr. Tinky's thoughts on it, and I think he really relied on the urban forest master plan, which is great. But I guess just for consideration, thinking bigger, not just trees. This is about the entire diversity of the ecosystem. The mission and goals from the community forest master plan and the comp plan, both which recommend this. And then things to think about is who appoints, who serves on the selection committee, who and how many will serve. How long, and then just those sorts of things. So I just wanted to kind of throw those out for discussion so we can you can provide some direction for us
Madam
to move.
Chairman,
Mr. Chapman?
could we go back to your previous
Yes, sir.
slide? This is what came out. Establish a task force for trees to include tree experts. I presume that means an arborist. So an arborist, a council member, a planning commission member, and a green commission member to review the regulations. And I would like to recommend that that's what we recommend full council.
Okay, and do we need to recommend that to full council since that's already what's been established, or just recommend that we proceed forward with establishing it based on those parameters? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes. Because, I mean, we discussed that when we were doing the planning, the zoning ordinance. And this is what we thought it was going to be. And so that's why I'm saying that.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
All right, we have a motion to recommend that the council proceeds to establish the committee based on the parameters set forth in the planning commission recommendation. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, we second for discussion. Mr. Rambo?
I think so. In several different commissions or task force or whatever that have been established over the past couple of years, we've shied away from having a council member on that. And I think the reasoning has been that sometimes I think if there's a council member on it, they can kind of dominate the discussion, and maybe you don't get as much out of, you don't get as robust of a citizen discussion. So I would be fine moving forward with this, but I would like there not to be a council member on this task force.
I'll accept that.
So that would be
I'll accept
my
that.
amendment.
Okay, so you'll change your motion? Do you
Right.
change your
Okay.
second?
What about a business member?
That's fine. I mean, and I'm fine with a green commission member or whatever.
Yeah.
I just think a council member would dominate the discussion, and I don't think that would be.
Well, how about instead of the council member, putting a business member?
Cool. That's cool. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then my motion will be what we just saw with excluding the council member and replacing with a business member.
All right, and Ms. Hyatt had seconded for the purpose of discussion. Do you second this change to the motion?
I didn't have a problem with a council member being on the rec commission, so I really don't have a problem with one.
I actually have that amendment made by Mr. Rambo and seconded by Mr. Chapman.
Oh, you do?
Oh.
Yeah, instead of it being.
Okay, so,
Okay.
so this is an amendment. So
An
we have
amendment.
an amendment.
Correct.
So
Okay.
we're with an amendment right now.
I'll second the amendment.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. So we're in discussion on the amendment, and all those in. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, so 3-1, the amendment passes to remove the council member in the recommendation. And of course, this could all be changed by council. So we're back to the base motion which is to recommend to council that we move forward with the creation of this task force based on the parameters. I have seen the recommendation from Mr. Tinky. It is, to me, a very thorough and good sort of mission statement as far as preserving, protecting, enhancing the tree canopy of Mount Pleasant. My concern with the, and I think he's trying to lay forth at least some ideas for how the task force could be formed, like the membership of the task force, things, these questions, how many will serve. I think who appoints, generally council appoints these committees, these commissions, how long, I mean, I've said multiple times, I think these citizen commissions need a goal and a timeline, right? I don't think there should be these forever citizen commissions, which we have ended up with. So I think for the tree task force, especially since it almost seems like it should be like a subcommittee of the Green Commission.
Correct.
I don't think that this needs to be a forever commission. I also, some of the people described by Mr. Tinky, urban forestry and environmental experts like certified arborists, climate resilience experts, urban ecologists, university forestry, land use attorneys. These are all, to me, professionals who are generally paid for services. And I applaud the idea of having these people on a citizen task force that is a volunteer task force. I question whether or not those applications will come in, right? Whether or not we will be able to do that. So I'm hesitant in a way to designate that we must have a urban forestry and environmental expert. But at the same time, we need a balanced committee. I think that one of the concerns was that if it's not a balanced committee, then the outcome's going to be more extreme, sort of in one way or another. If it's full of developers versus full of environmentalists, like there needs to be a balance to come to a solution that enables our community to move forward. So I guess these are all things that we can discuss at full council. Mr. Rambo?
I would just say I do agree with you, and I think what we've learned from other committees is those are all considerations that we can debate in executive session when we get all of the resumes in and try to come up with a balanced committee. But there are many instances where it's hard to get when something's designated as a certain professional, it's hard to get. So I completely agree with you on that.
Question: do we want to leave the initial review of applicants to the planning committee or flood resilience? I mean, which committee would be best? Is there any recommendation to council on having a particular committee review the applicants?
I think some of our committees, the entire council gets the full.
I think.
Yeah, rec committee had recommended rec committee would review but then council reversed that to say full council. So I would just say full council. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy with 1 year and 9 members as well. So I do believe it needs to be a time limit.
Okay, well, I guess we can discuss that further at full council. So we have a recommendation to move forward with the creation of the tree task force. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 8, discussion of heights of detached accessory structures.
Yes, ma'am. Just a few statements here. ADUs. So during the zoning code rewrite discussion, some of the things that we discussed were that ADU ordinance, which was adopted in 2010, does allow the height to be 25 feet. So that's been in place since 2010. Residents who wanted an office over a garage were limited to it's 15 feet height, but you're allowed to go up to 18 feet in certain situations. Within the Old Village Historic District, an office over a garage could go up to 20 feet in height. The desire to get additional height, we found staff level led to people that they just wanted an office over a garage, they would apply for an ADU and to get the 25 feet height. So here's kind of where we're at right now with the new code that went into effect. I've got the location outside of the Old Village versus within the Old Village, whether it's an accessory structure or an ADU, and then the old code versus the new code. So if you'll recall when we went through the first draft of the code, we went back and forth on the Old Village Historic District, whether that should go up or down. And where it landed was that you could have a detached accessory structure in the Old Village go up to 25 feet height, but in no case could it be taller than the principal structure. That little provision was actually in the first draft for detached accessory structures outside of the Old Village, but the committee and council voted against that. So it's just 25 feet outside. and then 25 feet, but in no case taller than the principal building within the old village. And something I wanted to point out too, we were also seeing they didn't want to wait in the ADU allocation system, which is we're on 6 months to a year now. So what folks were doing was they would apply for the detached accessory structure. They would get their 15 feet, 18-foot height, and then they would come in after the fact and add the kitchen and convert it illegally to an ADU. So with the new code, we've made that more strict. Under the previous code, what really made it an ADU was the 220 volt where you'd plug in a stove. That was literally what made it an ADU. So what we do now is we refer to our building code. And the building code says anywhere where you could prepare food would be considered a kitchen. And so to have a sink, to have counter space, things like that.
So you can't have like a wet bar.
Not within your ADU space, unless it was a designated ADU. That's correct. So really, with the new code, the height did go up for a detached accessory structure that is not an ADU, but it also makes it more difficult. You'd have to do major construction if you came in after the fact and wanted to convert it illegally into an ADU so that you weren't in that allocation system. You'd have to do major construction to create that kitchen space. So we've done a couple things to try and close that loophole. But this is where we've landed with the new code, and I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information that you may have.
Ms. Hyatt?
Go ahead.
Mr. Ram.
I was just going to clarify. So, is the new code in effect as of May 1st or
May
is it June
1st.
1st?
May 1st, yes, sir.
So anything that's been built in the past, 3 or 4 months would have been permitted under the old code.
Yeah. So the way it works is if we had accepted a permit and it's under review under the code that's in place at that time. We wouldn't change the rules, but anything submitted after May 1st is subject to these new requirements. And we did have quite a few people waiting for that May 1st deadline because they didn't want to do an ADU. They wanted to have an office over the garage, but they couldn't do it at 15 feet height. And I know one of the things that we talked about was when you're able to put it over the garage, you're preserving some of that impervious surface as well. I think, Mr. Rambo, that was your point too. So we have had some applications come in as of May 1st that want to do an office over a garage at the 25 feet height. And that's what's in effect right now.
Madam Chairman, for some reason, I thought we had kept the part about 25 feet, but in no case can be taller than the principal building. Did that get stricken in the outside, the OVHD?
Yeah, we had that in our first draft, and the committee didn't feel like it was appropriate in like some of the neighborhoods. I think, Ms. Hyatt, you had mentioned. So that was removed based on committee recommendation and then council as well.
Make it the full 25 feet no matter what?
Right.
Okay.
Outside, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Ms. Hyatt?
I was never completely comfortable with this when we talked about it. And I always feared the impacts on established residences. I mean, I deal with it in my own backyard, but that's why I wanted to have this conversation again before we have any unintended consequences. So right now, 25 feet can be anywhere as long as the principal structure is tall enough, even in the historic district.
That's correct.
So I didn't know if there was any benefit that the historic district has that we might be able to expand into maybe the overlay that we have for the older communities.
Yeah. So under the old code, the old village historic district was max 20 feet. And there was a lot of people that wanted to get that second story for that to be habitable space. And so that's why the recommendation, the desire was to go up to the 25 feet height. So that's actually in place in the old village now. So the only difference in the old village versus outside is that in the old village, you can't go any higher than the principal structure. So you can go up to 25, but if your principal structure is 23, you can only go to 23.
I don't know if y'all have any opinion, but I would like to maybe send this to full council to discuss expanding it into the overlay we have established for the older neighborhoods in that area. The just the benefit that the historic homes have as far as not taller than the principal structure.
Okay.
Now I know it's most of these things are tear downs and they're making them 2-story and it'll happen anyway, but I just wanted to make sure that council had this conversation. So would that, if we were to change that, would that, it's okay to just have the conversation with council to start that process?
I'll second your motion if you
Yeah.
want to make it.
Okay. I'll move that we send this to full council for discussion.
Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Hyatt. We have a second from Mr. Chapman to send this to full council. Ms. Reed, the
Yes,
code literally just changed May 1st.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're looking at revisiting it.
I never was comfortable with it in the first place. So I just,
I agree.
But everyone who applied May 1st onward will, unless, if and until it changes, will have this particular rule.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We have a recommendation to full council for discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Send this to full council for discussion. Okay. Moving on to item number 9, discussion of the Waterfront Gateway District.
I'm just going to kind of open it up. It was requested that this be placed on the agenda, so I have just a little bit of history that this was actually recommended from the 2009 comp plan. There were 2 different districts, the waterfront Wando River, the waterfront Cooper River. It was adopted by code in 2012. In the new code, we did eliminate the Wando district. Up by there was only one designation. It was at the Republic Tract, and that was eliminated. But the Cooper River district is still maintained in the current code and in the updated comp plan. So that's kind of where we're at, and I'll open it up to discussion. Happy to answer questions.
All right. Do we have any comments or questions from the committee?
Madam Chairman, I thought we were in full council discussing this with the applicant. I'm not sure why this is back on our agenda.
Ms. Hyatt?
I had requested that at some point we would need to discuss Waterfront Gateway if we keep it as a district because it was not discussed during the zoning rewrite. So if we, wanted to defer this to a later time, if we decide that we're keeping the Waterfront Gateway district permanently, I just feel like it needed a review because it's something that we did not discuss during the zoning rewrite.
Mr. Rambo?
So,
I don't have any thoughts.
Okay. Is this back on council agenda?
No, so this is not this is not for
Related to the
Patriots
Patriot
and
Group?
yeah,
Okay,
I
this is just
apologize.
pure discussion of the Waterfront Gateway.
Just the existing district, and it's not going away. It is in the new code, just to be clear, that went into effect May 1st. But as far as the Patriots Annex, it is not proposed to be on the agenda for town council at this time.
All right. Ms. Hyde, did you have any thoughts on the Waterfront Gateway District? You wanted to?
I don't think we have time today, so I'd rather just defer this discussion because we would need to review the residential density and things that we didn't discuss when we did the zoning rewrite. If council is happy with the details of the particular zoning, it never was part of our rewrite discussion. So
Okay.
I think it may take more time than we have today.
Do we need a motion to defer this to the next meeting, or we can just defer it?
We can just put it on
We'll
the
just put it
agenda
on next
later.
month. Okay. Number 10, 5-year comprehensive plan update.
Yeah, in interest of time, I can simply email this to you if that's okay.
That would be great.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to item number 11. If there's nothing further to come before this committee, we stand adjourned.
Staff ready? Chair's empty over here, but are we all right? Got it. Okay. Let me call to order the Police Judicial and Legal Committee meeting for this Monday, May 5th. It's good to see everybody here. I want to make a couple of comments beforehand. One, I want to thank our police and fire for the wonderful action taken last Thursday when we had in our area a crime committed and a potentially deadly situation on Sullivan's Island. I know that our police responded. I know that our fire helped remove the child from under the vehicle. If you read the account of all of that in the newspaper this weekend, it was nothing short of a miracle that everybody is alive and most injuries, at least to the children. I'm not sure about the adult, but the children's injuries were minor. So thank you all very much. From our standpoint up here as sworn elected officials, that shows the beauty of regional cooperation and the type of mutual and automatic aid that we have. And that's why we do that, because tomorrow it could be in our community with all the others responding. So thank you all for doing that so well. Thank our staff also for a wonderful blessing of the fleet. I don't use the word perfect often. That was the perfect day. The breeze, the weather, the lack of humidity. I don't know about y'all, but I did not get one no-see-um bite the entire day, and that's unusual. Normally they come out of that grass when it starts getting trampled on. And second, as was mentioned during the long planning committee meeting, and I don't take that as a challenge that we need to try to have a 2-hour meeting, so don't be worried. But thank you all for that, and want to mention that our new zoning did go into effect on May 1st, and a lot of work, actually years of work went into that if you go all the way back to the comp plan and then the rezoning effort. And it's good that it is finally in place, and our citizens down the road will reap the benefits from that, I'm sure. Item 2, approval of minutes from the March 31st meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the minutes stand approved. Item 3 is public comments. If you have a public comment, please come forward. 2.5 minutes are allowed by ordinance. We need name and address. Anyone for public comment?
Good morning. Excuse me. John Acfano, 388 Overseer Place. I just want to thank you for putting on the agenda about the commissions. Just want to make sure that we take a look back at our commissions, and that we're, especially the ad hoc commissions, that we're giving equal representation for the commissions, and that we have equal standards for residency and appointments, consistent rules for who controls the agenda, that we have an orientation on legal responsibilities, standardized budgets, and equal access to town communication tools. So thank you once again.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, there being none, public comment is closed. We'll move to item 4, police matters, employee years of service, and it looks like we've got a lot.
Good morning, Mayor and committee members. We're going to do a little bit different format because we have so many. I'll come over here and face them. Keep going down. We have a bunch of 5 years, 10-year, and two 10 years. So it is a pleasure to come before you all this morning to recognize our officers for their years of service. I'll begin with Corporal Madeline Capers. She's a supervisor in Patrol Team 2. She also serves on the Recruiting and Retention Board, the Hiring Board, Bike Patrol, Communications Team, and as a department mentor. Before her promotion, she was a training officer on Team 1 and was recognized for Officer of the Year, 2024 Officer of the Year. Officer Joshua Dean serves on Patrol Team 6. He is one of the team's training officers. He also serves on Charleston County Metro Bomb Squad and Harbor Patrol. He has recently assisted with the upfitting of MPPD vehicles. PFC Dean has also received a life-saving award. Detective Elsie Garcia. Detective Garcia is assigned to the Criminal Investigations Bureau. While on patrol, she had prepared for her role in CID by volunteering to handle follow-up cases of many follow-up cases. And her fluency in Spanish has proven an incredibly valuable asset to both Mount Pleasant and also area law enforcement agencies. SRO John Kane serves at Wando High School. After completing his field training, he chose to join the SRO unit. He provides security and guidance to Wando High School students and the teachers and has been recognized twice as SRO of the Year in 2022 and 2023. K-9 Officer Rebecca Detweiler. PFC Detweiler serves as one of Mount Pleasant Police Department's K-9 handlers. After serving on patrol, she quickly found her interest in K-9. PFC Detweiler, K-9 Draco, and have been together for 2 years. Fantastic job by all of these 5-year employees. And I can't say enough about them. I can't wait in 10 years for all 5 or for them all to be back here. So thank you all for 5 years of service. Moving on, victim advocacy is incredibly important to the police department. Monica Kopp is one of our victim advocates. She's been here with us for 10 years. Her public service began earlier than that with work in Hanahan and Dorchester County. She assists those who have been victimized by providing resources and ensuring they understand the criminal justice process, facilitates domestic violence support group meetings. It's just a tremendous asset. You know, when it comes to so many of the ongoing efforts, our civilians assist the sworn officers, and it's vital to the success of the agency. So thank you, Monica, for 10 years of service. And last is Detective Joshua Ballantyne. Detective Ballantyne's been a part of the Criminal Investigations Bureau for 8 years. He serves as a lead cell phone analyst and has played a crucial role in the introduction of vehicle digital forensics to our agency. He's one of the few law enforcement individuals in the Low Country trained in this technology. Additionally, he's a member of the United States Secret Service Electronic Crimes Task Force and is certified as a TASER instructor in field sobriety. Detective Ballantyne has also received recognition from the Solicitor's Office, Homeland Security Investigations, led in various local agencies for his outstanding work. Thank you, Monica and Joshua, for 10 years of service. Just like to close by saying that public service is a demanding vocation, especially in the fields of law enforcement and victim advocacy. In recognition of your dedicated service and unwavering commitment to the community, we honor your 5 and 10 year service for the town of Mount Pleasant. Your professionalism, integrity, and courage have made a lasting impact, and we're profoundly grateful for your outstanding contributions. Thank you. All right, how you want to do the picture?
Have them step forward, turn and face.
Step forward, turn.
Yeah, if you can go all the way up to the podium, have the council in the back. This is the most important one. All right, 3, 2.
Thank you all very much on behalf of the committee and council. We appreciate your work. Item number 5 is judicial matters. Are there any judicial matters for consideration today? Mr. Paglioni? No?
No, sir.
All right. Item 6 is legal matters, review of Citizens Commission standard format and recommendations. We all got an email from Councilman Icofano. I think he's the only one. If there was input from anybody else, I missed it. So let me know if I'm missing any. And we have asked the clerk of council who does these. Were you going to speak with us this morning?
Just answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, if you'd come on up. We're recognizing our clerk of council who coordinates all of our boards and commissions. So if you would just tell us the gist of the matter that has been asked to be on our agenda today. I know I've got a little bit of a email that you sent out.
Yes, I think that Mr. Icofano was just, as he stated in his public comments, just wanted to make sure that our ad hoc committees are treated equally. That
Okay,
they,
and for everybody's edification, please define what you mean by ad hoc.
they're,
Which boards and commissions?
I think specifically we're looking, well, all of them, all of the boards, the volunteer boards and commissions, but then particularly the newer ones that we've established.
Okay, so would the historical commission be ad hoc?
No.
Okay. And
Green Commission, Recreation Advisory Commission.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand why those are ad hoc and historical isn't, because it only looks at history.
I think the defining difference is standing commissions by our code, and then those that are requested by council for a specific purpose for a specific period, such as our recreation and green commission.
Okay. So when we started recreation and the green commission, which I think this council basically did, they were started to be standing commissions, but with a introductory period. I mean, because we have had task forces before, and task forces have a defined mission and a defined beginning and defined ending. Case in point, Shem Creek Task Force and Settlement Community and Attainable Housing Task Force. So council said, let's start it, let's end it, and this is their report. In my experience, the others, the Green Commission and the Recreation Commission, even though they had a trial period, were not the ordinance or whatever council voted on. If it wasn't an ordinance, was not to make it a task force. It was to make them commissions, standing commissions.
And sir, in order to formalize that, it will require amendments to our code, and just so I believe both of them were provided initial terms, and then those were renewed. What they have not had yet is a formalization of standing commissions in our code, and that is certainly something council could do. But I believe it was last year, both were extended out for 2-year periods, which I believe will end in 2026.
Okay. So, go ahead, Madam Clerk, tell us how boards and commissions, but right now when a citizen applies for recreation or the Green Commission, it is no different than any other than historical. As a matter of fact, when people apply, right, they can put selected ones, like they only want to be on one or the other, or anywhere we might consider placing them. Is that not correct?
Correct. And
Okay.
Green and Recreation are included in
So
that as
for
well.
all intent and purposes, they are all equal in terms of application, given that things like Planning Commission, BOZA, and DRB have some authority that others do not have. But by and large, other than those three, there's no legal consequence or government action taken from the others.
I'd agree with that, sir, because we went through I guess the term would be semi-formal process, in that the processes for both of those commissions were specified by council, and all of the seats, we had open application notice and all of the typical and standard seat filling process that we would for any of our other boards and commissions. And of course, all of our boards and commissions have varying requirements for service.
Okay, thank you. All right, so was this a recommendation of Councilman Icofano that all voting members be citizens of the town of Mount Pleasant, or is this just something that was mentioned in discussion of this?
That was something that he included in his email that he sent to council.
And I'm just going down the list from the email. Well, when we set these up, for instance, we were talking before the meeting, if we set up, as they were talking about today, a historic commission for settlement communities, the vast majority of settlement communities are not in the town of Mount Pleasant. So are we saying that we would set up a settlement community task force and not have anybody that does not live in the town of Mount Pleasant?
I don't think so. No, sir.
Okay.
Um,
And with the Green Commission, the reason was, for instance, the one member, we can have up to 3. The one member who is not is Jim Westerhold from Boone Hall, because Boone Hall is 640 acres of green space in the middle of our community that is never annexed into the town. And everything that happens there affects our natural resources, our quality of life. So I just don't see that we can make a blanket policy that all voting members of every board and commission can only be a resident of Mount Pleasant, because that doesn't fit every board and commission.
Well, it not only doesn't fit every board and commission, but to get individuals with qualifications that we're looking with, for example, a Green Commission, you're not going to do that.
Right.
You're not going to be able to get the level of expertise that I think we're looking for.
Yes, sir.
In the case of the Historic District Preservation Commission, there is an allowance for an additional person that can be outside, and a lot of that is for technical expertise, whether that be an architect or an engineer, et cetera, which makes sense. It's actually sometimes better if they are from outside of that area, but that there is an exception in that particular case as well.
Okay. And there's here of the Accommodations Tax Advisory Commission members must be employed by a business within the town of Mount Pleasant, but they don't have, that person does not have to be a resident. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So ATAC and Green Commission and on the Historic District Commission, is that not a resident of the defined area, or is that not a resident of the town of Mount Pleasant?
The defined area.
The defined area, but they're still a resident of Mount Pleasant. Okay. All right. So is there any will of the committee to change that to where every board and commission, every person has to be a resident of the town of Mount Pleasant, or can we continue to do it on a case-by-case basis?
I think we continue what we're doing.
Okay. Any others? Okay. Clear public listing of each member, their background, and their term dates. Do we do that now?
Not the background. Most of the commissions have the members listed. And I don't know that their term dates are listed, but I do have those records. I keep those records.
Is it a problem to list people's term dates? I mean, can we just go through and list their term
No, we can
dates?
certainly do that.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
My only discussion was the issue of resumes. Don't we normally request a resume from people who apply for our boards and commissions?
We did in the past, but we've moved to a new software program where they have to fill out an application that's a little more detailed than the original one. And we found that some people were having trouble uploading resumes, and some people didn't have resumes because they hadn't been in the workforce for a while. And so we kind of eliminated that, but they do have background information that's completed on the application.
So background versus resume, is one or the other. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And this information is available on our website, right? The list of who is on different boards and commissions?
Yes.
Okay. So I think this
Most of them. I think there may be one or two where we don't have them listed.
Okay. So I think maybe this is just a request to have them all listed publicly on our website with their term dates. I think a bio is not a bad thing, but I think I wouldn't want to put their resumes out there and or anything, any personal information, that kind of thing. That doesn't sound like a good idea.
I think some standardized background is helpful as a person comes on a commission or a committee. That helps them understand who's on the commission or committee with them, and so then they can allow that expertise to help you collaborate a little bit better. So I think it's a good thing, and then also I think it's good for the community to know that what people's bios are, et cetera, and ideally you've got some diversity of background there.
Okay. Commissions. Each commission should define the length of service for members, i.e. 2 to 3 year terms with limits. And the clerk is saying all commissions do have defined term lengths and limits. Seats may include requirements for specific backgrounds. I know we do on ATAX. I know we do on Historic District Commission and things like that. The clerk says several of our commissions do have defined background expertise. That's ATAC, Historic District Preservation, of course, BOZA,
Green
DRB,
Commission.
Recreation Advisory Commission. Yeah.
Green Commission.
But those aren't requirements, I don't think. Yeah,
Okay.
we didn't slot those. We learned a lesson from the Recreation Advisory Commission that when you make it narrow, if one person doesn't apply for that thing, then you don't have a full
Okay.
Okay. New or renewed appointments should be made publicly and transparently through town council approval. Appointments and reappointments are made by town council by reviewing applications in executive session at special town council meetings and announcing the appointments in open session. They're also voted on in open session. So is there any discussion of how we would change that? And I'm not sure when it says transparently if there's, is he saying that we're not transparent about it? I know one thing we decided years ago as a council was not to come out and debate what we like or don't like about citizens who are being who are applying to spend their time volunteering to help our town, at no compensation. I mean, if everybody wants to have open debate on people, if that's what this term transparency means there, then I don't think people are going to apply. Because somebody could sit up here and say, oh, well, they did work on my house or whatever, and they're terrible. And I believe we are covered, Mr. Pagliarini, by
Yes, sir.
HR type regulations in doing that in executive session, although every vote is public and every appointment is public.
Correct. You stated it correctly, sir. We believe that it is appropriate to have discussions about backgrounds and qualifications in executive session, but all votes must be in public session, and that is what we do.
Right. Any further discussion on that? Okay. Every commission must have a completed and updated public web page. So does each commission get its own web page now? I think that's a great idea if they do.
I'm not sure if they all have their own webpage. I think most of them do. They all do now? Okay.
Well, if they don't, can we hear back, who, I mean, we don't need to, but I mean, I don't think there's any reason not to. I think it's a very good idea. Is that doable from a staff standpoint? Not hard to do. Okay. Agendas, meeting minutes, and current projects must be posted and updated monthly. Agendas and minutes are posted according to FOIA requirements. Not all commissions meet monthly. ATAC, CAP, and CBA. And which one is CBA?
Construction Board of Adjustments.
Right. Okay. And how often do they meet?
It's been a few years.
Really?
As needed, yes.
Okay. Because I don't remember hearing of a meeting of them recently.
No, it's been
They only
several
meet
years.
as needed. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So they don't all meet monthly, but agendas and minutes are posted according to FOIA requirements. Mr. Pagliarini, what else is required by FOIA or any other law to be posted?
Well, of course, there is the agenda process that we go through for all of our boards and commissions, and the requirements that we post agendas in advance on the website and at town hall. That is uniform for every meeting we have. And as this committee is well aware, sometimes we discuss, and I don't want to single any group out, but maybe today we were talking about the tree commission and those
Task
force, excuse me. Yes, sir. Those meetings will be subject to FOIA. We don't have meetings that of any of our groups that are not subject to FOIA. So they're all subject to open meeting laws. Same requirements as council, such as executive sessions, and keeping of minutes and posting of minutes. So that is something I believe that we are highly proficient and our staff is highly proficient at accomplishing. But those are, I don't want to call it a burden because there's a tremendous benefit to the public, but we do have to make sure we follow any and all procedures related to FOIA and open meetings for any and all of our commissions, task force, and the like.
And as for like ongoing priorities and things, each website could have updated things. You know, the tree, whether it's the tree planting, what is it? Get rooted. What's the name of that one? Take root. Sorry, take root. That can be going. Recreation, of course, all sorts of things, and every other one. Green Commission has a few things that they're involved with too. Each one can put those on their website, but they're not required by law to do that.
That is correct.
Right. Just because it's an activity. Okay. Members' contact emails or liaison info should be visible to public for public comment. I'm not sure. Do we give the public direct access to commission members or to the staff liaison who distributes them?
Usually goes to the staff liaison.
Okay. So with each, and I'm using the term web page, I guess it's probably something on the town's web page, whatever. Each commission would have the name and who the staff liaison is, and that input to those members goes through that staff person.
Yes. I don't know whether the staff liaisons' names are listed, but there's usually a contact us or email that would go to that person.
All right. Committee members, any input on that?
I don't believe that individual members who are volunteers to this town need to be totally vetted in terms of availability to the public. There is a staff member that they work with, all of them work with, that allows access to those individuals. But I would not be one to recommend that every volunteer that serves this town has to put out private information about themselves.
Any other comments? Okay. Here's the thing about social media presence. How is it decided about commissions and having a social media page or input or anything like that?
I can't answer that question. I don't know how they handle their social media.
You're talking about the individual commissions.
I'll just read this. If one commission maintains an official social media presence, then all commissions should be provided the same access and support to ensure uniform outreach and visibility.
Well, it sounds like more of a statement. That, I think from what I'm hearing is that there could be a desire for all of these commissions to have a similar type public-facing web presence. With membership names and term lengths and bios and things like that. So what I think we need to do, Mr. Mayor, if this is the wish of council, is for me to work with our communications folks and the clerk of council to make sure that these web pages are as robust as it sounds in the ways that I just described. And that'll take us some examination.
Okay.
Or I think the social media question is a different question. So I think the social media question is like, for example, the Culture, Arts, and Pride Commission has a Facebook page and they do posts. I don't know if it's members of that commission who created it or if it's a town communication person and they just submit things to the town communication person. But I think that was the question is, a website is something people have to seek out and go visit. A social media page is something that will just pop up on their feed if they follow the page. So I think the question is whether or not, should the Green Commission have a Green Commission Facebook page that's run by the town? Should the Rec Commission have one? Should the Tree Task Force have one? Because CAP has one, and I know our departments have one, Public Services, Police. So I just don't know if that would be incredibly burdensome on Communications Department to be running and maintaining a dozen social media pages and posts and the process of submitting those. I don't know.
Yeah, well, the more we have, I'm not suggesting they're not important, but the more that we have, the less control we have over the accuracy of the information that's being shared. Right now, we have departments. Fire department, for example, does an excellent job with disseminating clear, concise, pertinent information. And the more we have, the more that gets spread out across the organization where there's less control. I mean, frankly, it's just difficult to sit here and try to assess what we have and don't have with each one. And, but perhaps if committee and ultimately council could weigh in on what type of social media presence we'd like to have, and we can go to work and try to build whatever you think is best. But right now, I'm just sort of spitballing to address what's been presented.
Well, I'll ask a question. Has any board or commission asked for a social media presence and been told no by staff? Not that I'm aware of. Okay.
Yeah.
And I know, the town, of course, has its own social media page with 60-something thousand followers. That can be used as well. But we as elected officials who have taken an oath and actually vote on things, we have no input over what goes out at the town. That way you're not subject to anybody's agenda. So the problem would be you get a board or commission member who is not elected by the people. They're appointed. It only takes 5 of us to appoint a board or commission member. How do we keep them from commandeering, town assets to push their agenda when they're not even an elected official? So I guess the issue would be, is there any board or commission that has been told no, they can't have a Facebook or, Instagram page? And I see Mr. LaFontaine is saying no, nobody has been told no. But it's not us that are doing that. We don't have any input on any town social media presence. None of us. I mean, it might involve something we do, but we don't say this is going out or I want this put out there. So I think equal access, if they want it, is certainly a reasonable request, but demanding that because A has one, that B must have one. I can tell you, if we're going to have a settlement community task force and they're going to have a social media page, you better get ready because it's going to be, because so much of that is not in the town of Mount Pleasant. So let's give staff some guidance on that, please. So I would ask the committee members for some input on this.
I don't have any recommendations.
Okay.
I think if there's an important sort of notice that needs to go out to the community from a commission or board that doesn't have its own page, they can just submit that to the main page of the town, and it gets out to 60,000 followers rather than trying to build a brand new following that may only have a few hundred followers. And then this sprawl of the social media presence, because there's so many different platforms. Are we Facebook? Are we Instagram? Are we formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky? I mean, I don't even know. It just keeps going, and then there's always new ones, right?
Right.
So, so I think that keeping the channels of communication clear, and having submittals from the committees to the main town, because I think CAP is the only one that has their own page.
Historic Commission has a social media
Oh,
page.
do they?
Yeah. I don't know if Green Commission. Does Green Commission have its own?
It does not. I'd like to be recognized.
Well, we can ask you questions, but we can't just turn the podium over.
Yes. The town's green program
Right.
has a page.
But that is not the Green Commission.
It is not under any control or any recommendations from the Green Commission.
Okay.
It is the town's green. It's like the engineering, John Farrell, and all the other individuals that are involved in green initiatives within the town's staff.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate that input. There are a few other things. I know we're already way over. Talking about meeting structure and consistent formats for all commission meetings. Mr. Pagliarini, are all of our agendas and formats and the use of Robert's Rules of Order, are all those consistent across the board?
They are consistent. Of course, our code provides a specific order for our council meetings. It does not for our boards and commissions, but we have adopted through practice a uniform scope and standard for all of our agendas.
Okay. How about the setting of agendas for boards and commissions? How does that occur?
Well, sir, each one of those is going to be vastly different. Of course, for our planning commission, those generally come through requests. And under state law, the planning commission can put certain items on the agenda as allowed by state law. Go to our Board of Zoning Appeals. That comes from appeals, submittals. Council, as you know, we have and I know this isn't boards and commissions, but we have very specific circumstances over the years that we've crafted to get on that. We don't have those for our boards and commissions, but of course, council can, on many of our boards and commissions, can place agenda items or requests. So
by an act of council.
By an act of council.
Members,
so all of that to say, there is no uniform process that we can come up with up and until there be some request for individuals on those boards and commissions to add members sort of similar to our council rules. For example, it takes 3 council members to add something to an agenda. But I don't recommend that because some of our boards and commissions are restricted by state law, and they all have different responsibilities and jobs. I think when we get to our non-standing, it becomes a little less clear. For example, those that we have organized by resolution that have a set time frame and that will expire. But in the second go round with both of our recreation and our green, we did adopt some restrictions on how matters and what goes on those agendas. So I think that remains the best way to do it for those those that fall outside of our code that are set to expire.
Okay. Any input? Any comments? Let me move to one of the real important ones is all new members should attend a standard introductory session, including overview of policies, Freedom of Information Act, proper meeting protocols and decorum, agenda development and the role of the chair, and resources available through staff liaisons. All good points and good recommendations. Are we currently doing that?
Yes, sir. For example, some, and Michelle will be much better suited to answer this question than I, have certain requirements. For example, our planning commission, there are absolute requirements, education requirements that our commissioners have to go through. Mr. Tinky, you're well aware of that. We as legal, upon request and when there is a substantive change in membership, typically get on an agenda and go through a process. What makes it difficult, Mayor, is, of course, you as council are appointing seats every month, so there's always somebody new. It simply isn't practical to have those sorts setting 30 minutes or an hour aside every month for new members. What I think we could do a better job of is inviting those new members to meet with legal specifically, just as all new council members do with all of our staff. That's probably something we could be a little more open with. We always welcome it, but I don't think we advertise it.
I think that'd be good. Yes, ma'am.
I know when new employees on board, there's often a whole onboarding process and program with videos and that kind of thing. Is there a way to work with our comms department to just make an introductory welcome, like a welcome to a board and commission video? Let's give you, you know what I mean? And then what you do that once, you create it, and then anytime they come in, here's the link. Watch this before your first meeting.
Sure, a general overview that would certainly be the under the direction of the town administrator for guidance.
And Mayor,
yes,
from my days on the planning commission, I remember we had to go to a certain number of meetings each year to learn how to be a planning commission member. and whether it was given here or whether it was given by the Council of Governments, it was a requirement. And
Yes.
if you didn't go to a certain number of those meetings, you were gone. You were gone.
That is correct.
So
Yeah, we passed a requirement. I think it's a rolling average, right?
Yes, sir.
Because we had some people not showing up at some boards and commissions occupying the seat, but not, they had the privilege,
Right.
but not the responsibility. And we made that uniform as to how many they can miss
That is uniform across attendance.
for
is
all
uniform.
boards and commissions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I assume that would apply to task force as well, making sure we keep those different.
I can tell you from staff, we certainly would apply it
Anything
as
that you're
intended.
appointed to with
Right.
it. Okay. That sounds good. Yes.
I think the orientation is a good one, so that it's a rolling one with a video or something like that. I also think it's good if the commissions or the committees, et cetera, if they have pointed to best practices of other communities. I know that the Historic District has done that in the past where they've had a field day, they've gone to another town, or they've learned from other places in the last. I think it's always good to get to know your fellow commission members and committee members. So whatever can be done to help facilitate getting to know the people that you're serving with, other than just being there. I don't know if social or anything is important, but just getting to know the people. The bio, I think, will be helpful.
I'm sure some, like Planning Commission, are bound, and probably BOZA bound to monthly meetings. Do they have leeway on different ones about not meeting every month?
If there's no agenda item, there will be no meeting. I believe we had one instance, first in all my years with Planning Commission, maybe last year, where we had nothing on our agenda.
Okay.
So that would be the only exception. But those are standing those are standing commissions by our ordinance,
Okay.
which would set monthly meetings.
Okay. But in other words, they have a monthly meeting. They have to initiate something saying there is not a meeting this month.
Correct, sir.
Okay. But they can do that should that need arise.
Yes.
Okay. Or that situation arise. Okay. Madam Clerk, did I pretty much go through all these points?
I think you hit the high points.
Okay. I think one big takeaway from this is to make sure that everywhere people they see the staff contact the members of the board and commission and when their terms apply. And of course, the accurate information on upcoming meetings, agendas, and the approved minutes. And I heard a comment earlier today during y'all's long, 45 minutes of public comment.
we're working on this for this one.
Yeah. But I mean, we don't publish minutes until they are approved. Is that correct? Or do we put a draft up on?
We put them up as draft
As
minutes
draft.
until they're approved, and then they're reposted with the watermark removed.
Okay. I might have heard wrong. There were a lot of comments, but I thought somebody said that the previous minutes were not available, but we always make them available as draft and then as approved.
Yes.
Now, we're not emailing those to everybody, but
No.
they are available if you
Correct.
click.
Posted on the website.
Okay. Any other comments on these items? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's item 6A. Item 6B, continued discussion and possible action on resolution in support of House Bill 3305 and Senate Bill S43. This has to do with anti-SLAPP legislation, which is Public Expression and Protection Act. And I believe the last or the third week of April, there was action on this in Columbia. If y'all want to update us on that, please.
Correct. Yes, Mayor. Mr. Ward, this presentation has been provided to some. I know there was an absence 1 month. We didn't have a quorum, so we have the entire presentation. If the committee would like to hear, Mr. Ward can go through that, but he does have an update as to the recent activity.
Okay.
Yeah, so it has passed through the House, and last week it received favorable report from the Senate Judiciary Committee. So, and it has had second reading in the Senate. I would assume they would vote on that any day now. So it could be coming out of the Senate here soon.
Because they adjourn, I believe, the end of this week.
Right.
So there's no reason not to wait and see. I mean, if they pass it, they pass it. We don't they will adjourn before our next council meeting, so
Yes, sir.
I don't think there's any reason to take
Yes,
any action on this today. All right. Item C is review of annual Freedom of Information Act request totals.
Yes, sir. Last month, or during the budget process, we talked a little bit about our FOIA request, and committee asked for some additional information. I want to make sure that everyone is recognized with us. The legal department on the civil side, Rebecca Schultz, who's taking our minutes today, she is our legal assistant. Beth Morrison, hiding behind me, is our newest position, which is our FOIA coordinator. That is a part-time position. Beth has been with us for approximately a year. For an overview, council was gracious enough in our budget 3 years ago to allow us to purchase the HiQ program, and this tracks FOIA requests townwide. Prior to the HiQ program, departments would get their FOIA requests. There was really no feasible way for legal to track timelines, completion, all of those things, including requests, other than through email. And so that program has allowed us to operate much more efficiently and handle all of these with legal oversight, which we were struggling with before. The program is integrated into the town's website and the portal. Most of our requests come from the portal, and they're automatically tracked by department. And we implemented this in 2003. The police department was first, and then other departments came on throughout the year.
2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So for 2023, not shown here. Again, we started later in the year on a rolling basis. Our approximate total number of FOIA for 2023 was somewhere between 1,800 and 1,900. You can see the FOIA request for 2024 broken down by department, by month, and you can the breakdown. I believe Mr. Tinky, you had asked specifically for what the breakdown looked like, and the grand total for 2024 was 2,062 FOIA requests distributed across our departments, as you see on this table.
Wow.
2025, our staff was able, due to the software, to provide numbers through the first 4 months, and that number is 711. So multiplied by 3, we're well on track for over 2,100 this year, and that just from what we gather, that seems to be about an annual increase, somewhere between 1 and 200
It used to
per
be
year.
1,200 just a couple of years ago.
Yes, sir. That was the estimate, right? So we're seeing 100 to 200 likely every year, and the
Yeah.
software seems to be confirming that.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chapman.
Mr. Pagnerini, I noticed on the last two sheets that you showed that engineering had the largest number.
Yeah.
Is that basically because of the permitting process?
People want permits, all sorts of permits, inspection reports for insurance, completion, COs, everything you can imagine that goes with development and construction of real estate. So it's
That's
a
what I
significant
expected.
number.
I just wanted to make sure
Right.
I wasn't missing something.
No, sir. You are correct.
Now, does this include, this is anybody, like somebody can call and request or go on the portal and request something that is not legally subject to FOIA, but we are counting that as a FOIA request, whether it's valid or not. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And as we'll get to, you'll see that we have a denial process.
Okay.
And the first step comes into the system. We divide them by routine and non-routine. There's some higher order thinking there to have two categories, but the routine are generally what you can imagine, and those are police reports, accident reports, fire reports. Lori in our court sees lots of requests for court information. People need it when they're applying to law school and they had a ticket a few years ago. All sorts of records and things that you can imagine that we consider routine. Those are mostly relegated and handled at the department level we have the ability, as you are aware, the state has put strict response requirements. And so those dates are plugged into the system and we can ensure that responses are timely provided. So you can see examples. Non-routine requests we consider more complex, and multiple departments, and we'll show you some examples of what they look like. And legal is primarily, or I say primarily, mostly involved in non-routine, but we provide guidance on all. A matter that we see all the time is protecting personal information, as well as information related to minors and other things that just are protected under FOIA. This is an example of a routine request, a police report and an accident. They need to send it to their insurance company, and we get those all the time. So these are some non-routine requests. You can see that on the left, it involves multiple departments that need to be coordinated. And on the right, it is one of those internal communications, all communications. And this requires us to go to the server for emails, as well as potentially to review texts. And we have discussed that in the past as well. And from time to time, you as council members receive those requests, and we need to vet out what texts council members may or may not have. We just had the discussion on our boards and commissions. They are also subject to FOIA. Many years ago, we implemented the issuance of town email addresses for our boards and commissions. And again, we asked them to use the town email address for the main purpose of complying with state law records, as well as an ability to track those emails via FOIA. So these are examples of what we consider more complex requests.
Okay. And if you'll leave this on the screen, are you getting to this about fees and the setting of fees? And
yes, sir.
Because I noticed the bottom one, and I know this is from a big media outlet. Please waive any applicable fees. Release of the information is in the public interest because it will contribute significantly to public understanding. So we can't just play favorites and charge some people and not others, right?
Our position is we handle requests as they arrive in that order, and we provide an estimate for all. Right. If there is a process to waive those, it is an administrative process and it can be waived. But as you can see through the request on the right, that is, or it could be, an extraordinary amount of information requiring dozens of hours, and we do not exaggerate that. Those are very difficult. Quite often we get requests, I need this by Thursday, and that's just not always possible. We do, however, follow the state mandated responses, and we do respond to them as quickly as we can.
Both in time and cost.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you will see here, I believe, James, this is what the HiQ spits out. If we provide the quantity, it tracks. All of our fees are set as required by state law. We can't simply charge what we'd like to. And if there is some discretion, it has to be at the lowest amount of hourly rate in that particular department. So that is a typical example. This is a more complicated response. Copies of site plans, variances, all sorts of things. And we added up the cost. And in this one, it was $18.33. And they can send that in. And once we get that, we can follow through with the response. And there is some specific language that we need to provide in there. And you'll see how we do it. We also have a denial. Mayor, you touched on that before. One area that we get all the time are solicitors, mostly out of state. Just by example, they want every check that we've issued in the last, year for whatever determination. And sometimes we have to make a call as to whether we consider that not for the purpose of FOIA that was intended, but for commercial solicitation, and we'll deny those if we have any doubt.
Okay.
So that is our overview. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, we have Beth here, who is our FOIA specialist, and James, who is primarily saddled with reviewing the thousands of pages of emails and documents that we must go through to protect personal information, and that happens quite often.
Is like having a specialist pretty standard for an organization our size that gets this many requests?
We are seeing it, and Mayor, you may remember this a couple of years ago. Maybe it was when we were talking about that 1,200 number.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about that in the future and how this is where municipalities, counties are going, that there is dedicated personnel. And so we're seeing that more and more. Of course, with our volume and with our software, I like to think that with this plan in place, it really helps us with our volume. And for today, Beth tells me that she's happy on the part-time basis, and we don't need to go any further. But you can imagine if that number continues to rise, there's a point where we may need to reconsider that.
Right. Okay. Any comments or questions?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you for that very thorough
Yes, sir.
report. That concludes section 6 of our agenda. 7 is executive session for legal matters, legal advice related to water service to the town of Mount Pleasant Fire and Police Training Facility. B, legal advice related to threatened and pending litigation involving properties adjacent to marshland, including pending litigation captioned William Nathaniel Horton versus Town of Mount Pleasant Board of Zoning Appeals. And C is an update on pending litigation captioned James N. Derline Jr. and all versus the town, the Commission of Public Works for the town of Mount Pleasant. Do we have a motion to go into executive session for
So
those
moved.
purposes?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor of going into executive session for the reasons stated, please say aye. All right, motion carries. Are we going back here? Courtroom 2B? All right. If y'all will watch, I'm going to leave some stuff here. And if there are no motions to be made following the information and legal discussion in executive session, this committee meeting stands adjourned. It is getting colder in here. They're doing that to speed us up. Hard to believe we've only completed 2 committee meetings. That's almost new. Planning and PJM.
Yeah, I think it would have been, there's some scheduling conflicts, but even planning at the end would have made all the sense in the world.
Yeah. That was attempted. To order the Transportation Committee meeting for this Monday, May 5th. Item number 2 is approval of the minutes from the March 31st, 2025 meeting.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion to approve and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the minutes are approved. Item 3 is public comment. If you're here for public comment, please come forward. Give name and address, please, in 2.5 minutes if I'll get staff to run a timer. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sarah Mitchell. I helped lead the effort to preserve Edwards Park. Thank you, gentlemen, for your support and for listening to the community when we asked that it not be turned into a dog park. We're very appreciative of that. I do have another issue today with Edwards Park. I know Alhambra will be reopening, but with it closed, it has brought everyone over to Edwards, which is fine. No problem there. The issue is we have a very large empty parking lot there that for some reason is not utilized. So when everyone comes over to, let their dog run, they park along Royal Avenue. I do understand this is a state road and you have different rules and regulations regarding Royal as opposed to Pitt. On the Pitt Street side, you do have no parking signs. I'd love those to be put up on Royal, and for the reason that it used to be grass, and then they put down some pine straw because the grass was eroding, and then now it is a complete dirt pit. And the people coming to, let their dog run, they're parking so far into the park that the dirt is becoming the park. So the entire thing is becoming a dirt pit and not a people's park, which is what it was meant to be. The simple solution is just some no parking signs. It's not a huge thing. I do realize you have to reach out to the state because of the state road rules, but I'd love that to happen. And if not, no parking, if something like encouraging people to use the parking lot, which is huge. And to be honest with you, it's empty most of the day. Everyone's parking along Royal and leaving a completely empty, unused parking lot. So there's plenty of parking there for people to come and use the park. I would just ask that we can encourage folks to go inside the parking lot instead of letting Edwards Park deteriorate. And if you go over there yourself, I have emailed the town a bunch of pictures, but if you go over there yourself, you can see the dirt starts on Royal and goes all the way into the park now. And just, it's, the cars are parking all the way in. And it's just a shame because the deterioration has quickened since Alhambra closed. I do realize you're going to open it, but I still think you're going to need some no parking along that road. And if you look at the tennis courts, oh, okay.
It's okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Any more public comment, please?
Hi, my name is Margaret Popper. I live on Barkentine Drive, just off of Center Street in a area of homes called Pirates Cove. I know other areas have a similar problem throughout the community with kids riding motorized bikes, and not just motorized bikes, but motorized motorcycles. So I'm not here just for my neighborhood, I'm here for all neighborhoods. However, I do have two questions, and the first one is, and I have spoken with Deputy Chief Pat Carter and Officer Michaela Capers, who are both very, very helpful, but it's concerning to me. I don't understand what the regulations are, and I've read them several times about what is allowed and not allowed. I know that there's a noise ordinance, and I think that some of these things are actually blowing through the noise ordinance. And I also would like a conversation to begin about Waterworks Boulevard, which is at the backside of my property. And it's the backside of the whole Pirates Cove community. And it has trucks for the waterworks. It has trucks. It has cars at 2 times a day picking up and taking kids to school. It has ball fields, it has playgrounds, it has basketball courts. It is a school area, and I would like to understand why you have traffic calming programs for speed cushions, 4-way stops, and radar feedback, but is there any consideration for lowering the speed limit on Waterworks Boulevard to the neighborhood of 15 miles per hour? It is very dangerous back there, so we have these kids running around on these fast speed bikes. We have we have kids playing baseball. We have little kids walking their dogs, and it's not only unpleasant for us to live there, but it's unsafe as well for a lot of the community. So that's my comment. At some point, I'd like to know who I should be talking to about this, because I don't know whether this is the right committee or not. Thanks.
Thank you. Next comment.
My name is David Quick, 1502 Village Square. I see on your agenda today that you're talking about beach traffic management. And as you all are aware, or maybe not aware, this is Charleston Moves Mobility Month, where they hold a lot of events that promote using the bus, using bicycles, walking. They have a bike to work day, a lot of rides that promote this. In regards to beach traffic, I think we might be missing one way of getting cars off the road, and let's face it, this is the only way we're going to really attack traffic in our town, is to get cars off the road. We can't build our way out of it. It's too expensive. It's too slow. We're going to have to get cars off the road. So my idea is, and it's too late probably this year, but it's probably the way government works, probably perfect timing for next year, is to work with Charleston Moves to have a bike to the beach day. We're a municipality that has roads that go to 2 very popular beaches, and with the population that is coming to the Tri-County area, the beach is not expanding. If not, it's retracting. So we're going to have to find ways. So I'm really hoping that maybe we can start working on next year having a day where people are kind of introduced to biking safely to the beach. I know that Mr. Aton may or may not be updating you guys on the Ben Sawyer Boulevard bike and pedestrian improvements, but that's going to be another factor in helping promote that. Isle of Palms connector is obviously a very good bike and pedestrian, especially with the improvements that have been made. So I really think if we really want to do this, similar to the pirate event, whatever it was, I wasn't not involved with that, but it kind of helped promote, kind of helped kick it off, and May would be a perfect time because those big beach days are coming, and we're going to see traffic backed up to the middle of Coleman Boulevard. And Monday was a perfect example of when there is an issue, and there was gridlock on Rifle Range, on Isle of Palms connector, Ben Sawyer Boulevard, and it's bleeding into the old parts of Mount Pleasant and to other communities. So hopefully we can get that for next year.
Thank
Just
you.
a thought.
Anyone else for public comment? Going once. All right. Public comment is closed. 4 employee years of service.
Good afternoon. Well, is it afternoon or morning? I forget. Good to be here. I'm going to ask James Aton to come up, and we're going to recognize him for 10 years. It's really hard for me to believe it's been 10 years. Just a little background on James. James is a 2010 Citadel graduate, and unfortunately then he went to Clemson, but we won't hold it against him. I tease him a lot about that, but he started at the town as really a traffic engineer, a transportation traffic engineer, and has progressed very quickly over these 10 years into the position currently has, which is Deputy Director of Capital Projects and Transportation. In the interim, he held Paul Lyken's old job, which was a transportation project engineer, and he managed all the capital projects. So James has seen soup to nuts on the transportation department and now EDS, and he's heavily involved with that. James is excellent. I don't need to tell you this. You see it every month. He's excellent at everything he touches, really. I won't say he loves traffic operations and engineering and signage and signals and all that. He loves it enough to be very good at it. What he is really passionate about, I think, is pedestrian safety, pedestrian and bicycle facility improvement, all those things you see in Mount Pleasant Way, and our safety action plan that we developed the last 2 years and now have a $16 million grant. That's all James. And we're just very fortunate to have him working with us. I hope he's told me he loves the life of a public servant. I believe it. I see it all the time. And I hope he's with us for another at least 15 years or 18 years maybe. Blessed to have him, very, very appreciative of all his efforts, and it shows every day he's a great team member, and it reflects well on the town. So congratulations.
Thank you, James. This is section 5 of the agenda, update on ongoing projects, traffic management updates.
Yes, Mayor, members of committee, a quick update on at least the traffic management updates. So we have, from the transportation standpoint, we brought this forth last month, but we have since confirmed with DOT. We have been allocated almost $1.5 million through a carbon reduction program that we're working through the LPA agreement process. These funds will go directly towards traffic signal detection upgrades, as well as flashing yellow arrow upgrades at 18 intersections along our major corridors, Coleman, US 17, and Long Point. In addition to that, we should be hearing back at the end of the month on our project submittals for CTC, and then towards the end of next month, the selections for TST. Other updates, high level, Mathis Ferry at Wingo Way, that intersection, we're under an encouragement permit approval right now with DOT to make that update, that striping update for the right turn lane. as well as continuing a myriad of additional previously approved CTC and TST projects. In the end of March, we completed a corridor analysis with our signal consultant Rhythm to update traffic signal timings along both Coleman and US 17. And those changes have been implemented, and we're seeing the benefits and sort of an after action and continuing that dialogue with them to fine tune things.
What was the, if you go back, that troublesome one there at Oakland and Market? I missed what that update was. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. So we are still working to implement the recommendations from the previous study, which was completed in March. These really have to do with some technical issues between what our adaptive system can do and what the controller will allow. So we're still troubleshooting that, but it is the intent to implement that as soon as possible and then follow that up with an after study to basically show the improvements in safety, in particular for left turns and opposing through traffic.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to say on the rhythm analysis we have done every year to 2 years, I notice a significant difference at 41, and that's because we're double serving that left turn, so we don't dump all that traffic onto 41 where it can't get through. It actually gets served twice in one cycle, so you've probably seen some of those things. You've seen what we call lagging left turn phases right up here at Houston Northcutt that I think work very well. So this is the reason we often come in and have somebody else look at our operations and say, hey, if you did this, you might get better operations. And it worked very well at particularly several of our really heavy congested intersections.
Good.
Moving on to a recap of the improvements that were made at Park West and Stockdale. Of course, this temporary traffic has been in operation for several months now. We're continuing to collect data and develop time of day configurations and signal timing plans. You'll see just a quick graphic of what that data is collecting as far as approach volumes and really delineating the peak periods of traffic that we see, which, as you can see, there are several. School is one of the major contributors to that. There have been no accidents reported at this intersection by our police department at this point. And again, it's just a small swath of data, but that was one of the primary reasons why this was implemented, was to improve safety in the interim while the design continues to make its way towards completion for the roundabout itself.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So thank you, Mr. Aton, for the update on this intersection. I've heard anecdotally from several people who have reported that it's really improved the traffic flow in that area, particularly if you're on Stockdale making a left onto Park West Boulevard. And just the fact that there's been no accidents there is a feat, because that was an intersection that had more than a dozen, perhaps dozens of accidents a year. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I want to add too, I had to go through there on 3 different days last week for multiple times, and it seems to work very well. And I think everybody anticipates it now. So I don't know, I can't interpret all that data, but it seems like traffic is driving a little slower because they know there's a lighted intersection there now. So that's another benefit besides just, like you said, the left turn out of Stockdale was a nightmare.
Yes, sir. There's absolutely an impact on speed on those approaches at any intentional traffic signal installation. You have intentional delay, so that has reduced the speeds through there. Other general public information and comments that we've received. We did host, again, sort of a recap public meeting for the Stockdale roundabout project itself last week. Again, the public sentiment and feedback is very positive. They supported the installation of that pedestrian crossing, which provides a more direct access to the school facilities instead of utilizing the existing one up near the recreation facility entrance. General support for the Mount Pleasant Way addition to this original scope and fee, which was just the roundabout. So that did include those Greenbelt funded projects of Park Avenue Boulevard and Carolina Park Boulevard, Mount Pleasant Way segments. And then again, a continued support for the roundabout as a final product for traffic calming. And then lastly, there was one specific comment regarding an existing oak tree on the Stockdale approach, which I think we've got some graphics here to show why through our different phases of design that it is there are some challenges associated with that tree.
It is a beautiful tree. I went by and took a special look at it after that meeting, and it's sad if it has to go.
Yeah, and I guess I'd preface, so we've coordinated with our planning department, and they have done a preliminary arborist investigation. So the tree itself right now is in poor to fair health, and I think it's simply due to the fact that the majority of its root systems are underneath the roadway as it exists now. So as I go through this, I'll kind of explain the different scenarios that we looked at from a high level graphically from design. So I know this is very busy. The green lines that you're seeing are the actual roadway elements. The purple are pedestrian elements. So you can see right now the tree does sit within that existing median. Again, it's hard to see, but even if we were to make some modifications to the median of the design right now, it's a controlled stop intersection currently, which and is much further set up. So there is no sight distance issue. As it stands now, this is directly in the sight triangle of approaching vehicles, and as a yield control intersection, they absolutely do need to see on that approach. So a simple median reconfiguration on the Stockdale approach is not ideal. This is, again, just a general footprint of the roadway impacts as they stand now from a design standpoint. So you'll see this shift as we look at the several scenarios. The first being shifting the roundabout to the north or plan right to avoid the tree. So we would still be having major impacts on the drainage facility. And then additionally, the forested area to the plan north here, that is a jurisdictional wetland. And so we would have slightly increased impacts to that wetland area and subsequent trees. If we were to shift the roundabout to the east, where you have the tree within the center median, you can see we are again impacting that drainage, that existing retention pond, and very likely going to be impacting the business there on the corner. So again, things that we looked at as we tried to vet different scenarios. So again, just to recap, we have these issues with the couple iterations of shiftings of the roundabout that we went through. The tree health, again, based on its existing condition, and the cost and efforts to relocate, which include trimming the canopy to reduce weight, additional bracing, finding a spot to relocate it, relocating it, and then irrigating it for 2 to 3 years, which is the general time frame that we've been told it takes to reestablish these trees without a guaranteed success rate. And we have some figures on cost associated with that from our 516 Coleman project we're working on. It's not the recommendation of staff to move forward with that approach, although we are open to suggestions. Again, the town we are required to mitigate for these, and so as part of our design process, which is just above 30% right now, we can look at, through our landscaping components, planting additional trees, even larger trees than may be necessary as part of the mitigation to offset the loss of this tree. But happy to answer any questions on that specifically before moving on.
Any comments? No, sir. All right. Thank you for that.
And then lastly, as far as updates, the beach traffic preparation. So of course, you as council fund the partnership with CARTA, the Beach Reach Shuttle, which will begin Memorial Day weekend. And then we do have some signal timing plans specific for beach time frames on both the Ben Sawyer corridor and the Isle of Palms corridor. And so this is an example of when those timings run, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Sunday. During weekdays, we start at 1 p.m. And obviously weekends, when you see that heavier traffic, we start a little earlier at 9 a.m. And then as part of efforts several years ago between the COG and DOT, there's the 511 SEC, which does have visual cameras of all of the approaches, not only through the town, but to Folly Beach and other destinations that travelers can reference before planning and making a trip. Any questions on that?
Yeah, and thank y'all for doing that. One reason I asked for that is we normally have a region-wide meeting that a lot of people in this room go to, and I can't even remember how many years we've been doing that, but it helps with all of these things, like changing the signals for beach traffic. And it's all one way in the morning, it's the other way in the afternoon, and everybody has to be on board and getting people off the islands and all that stuff. So just want to make sure that even though that meeting wasn't held, that we're still doing all of that, that the teamwork and the regional planning is still viable, because I think we have gotten better at that every year. I think we have, and may not notice it because there's more and more people going to the three beaches, basically, if you don't count Kiowa, because that's so far down. But between Folly, Sullivan's, and the Isle of Palms, that's it. And by the way, I just wanted to mention to the chief and to you as well, last week was a crazy traffic week. But which day was it? It was Tuesday, because we had a ribbon cutting at Town Center, and when the car or the truck took the traffic signal out there on Johnny Dodds at 17, it backed up traffic everywhere, and at multiple intersections I saw our police officers sitting there manually overriding the system to keep traffic going and all that. And I know that you do that routine, but when you're sitting there waiting 45 minutes to get from here to Town Center, it's very comforting to know that everybody has responded that way and is doing the best we can. There's no way to totally fix it or eliminate it, but it is not as bad as it could be if we didn't react that way. Same with beach traffic.
Luckily, and well, not luckily, but we have had those before where a mast arm goes down. I think this is the third one in my time here. James and Vincent and James, our other James B, had it up and running by 6 a.m. the next morning in the temporary configuration you see here. So a little bit of experience, a lot of folks who knew what they were doing brought it together, and it could have been a lot longer impacts.
Sure. And not to mention then the Sullivan's Island issue.
Yes, sir.
That, at the end of the week, it was all kind of crazy. Another follow-up is in the meeting with Secretary Powell, State DOT. They were going to consider like a traffic diet for this intersection right here, Mathis Ferry or Houston Northcutt, because the traffic turning left to the bridge and the people coming out from the frontage road there and all, it is a hodgepodge. Do we know if they have made any progress on that, or maybe to cut down on time here now, let's not let that die?
Right.
And remind me to follow up with y'all on a conversation that I had with the HOA at Fiddler's Marsh over there near Harbor Gate Shores about a stop sign they would like to have investigated.
Okay.
We'll just have a follow-up conversation
Yes, sir.
on that. Did y'all have anything else left in the ongoing projects?
Oh, we have full updates on those. If you want, I can be selective if whatever time
in
allows.
the interest of time. Yes, sir.
I want to thank Mr. Demore for pointing out the fact that Mr. Anton did a great job at County Council the other day to help get a 5-4 vote to get the funding for Mount Pleasant Way. So that was a good deal. At Stockdale, I think that's great. You're getting ahead of the affordable housing. Two quick ones. Mount Pleasant Town Center is going to go through a pretty big change at some point in time. And in lieu of what just happened with the accident in front of Montclair and those areas, are we, and the second one with a hotel going in on Weldon and Royal, just asking the question as to how will we be moving ahead to try to get ahead of it like we did at Stockdale, especially with Mount Pleasant Town Center, because that's going to be a pretty massive amount of construction if that goes forward. So any thoughts on anticipating doing some work prior to a lot of that work being done on the properties?
Yes, sir. So as part of the development of, or potential development and redevelopment of Town Center, they are required to go through the town's design review team process, and they do meet the thresholds per the ordinance to conduct an impact assessment, at which point they do a very in-depth health check of the system as it is now, a projection of 15 years of build and no build scenarios, of which they submit to staff for review of and we look at every single intersection, signalized or otherwise, to see if there are requirements for improvements. So not only does the town have eyes on that process, the DOT does as well, seeing as they are flanked on two sides at least by DOT roadways. And so this is the second time that we've seen this impact assessment from the first time that was submitted, and obviously a reduction in the scale of the proposed development. So we are still going back through and reviewing that. A lot of those same recommendations that came out of the first impact assessment hold true to the second. And then to the micro or boutique hotel on Hibben and Wilden, of course, we have the Wilden Royal Corridor project that we're working through design right now. Currently, that's not funded, or we haven't sought funding for construction yet. We're still easily 6+ months out on completing that, and that is very much a traffic calming bike and pedestrian initiative to slow traffic on the entrance to one of the primary entrances to the Old Village and Old Mount Pleasant. So we'll continue to work through that and work with the hotel when they come in. I think traffic construction is probably the thing that we'll work most with the hotel on when they do that and when they're allowed to close and do lane shifts and things like that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. And I'd like to echo Mr. Tinkey's comments about your performance in front of the County Finance Committee. I watched it at 1 in the morning on Wednesday. I couldn't sleep, so I was like, surely I'll watch this County Council Finance Committee meeting. It'll put me to sleep, and it unfortunately had the opposite effect. It kind of riled me up a little bit, but thought you did excellent in fighting for our share of the county transportation sales tax for the benefit of all of our residents through Mount Pleasant Way. Going to the beach traffic again, one thing I hope that we can accomplish over the next year is there's a missing ingredient with our our CARTA beach shuttle, and that is the fact that it only goes between Mount Pleasant and IOP. We've had some preliminary discussions at the CARTA level about trying to get Sullivan's Island to also join in on it. Perhaps it's a circular route that services all three. Perhaps it's a second route that just goes, along Ben Sawyer to Sullivan. So I'm hopeful that we can continue those discussions over the next year and really build out more of a robust shuttle system, because I think that's kind of a deficiency right now. I love Mr. Quick's suggestion about the bike to the beach. I'm not sure if we need to make any kind of motion or if that's just something that staff could take a look at and maybe work with some organizations to put that together. I think, that would potentially remove cars from the streets, but I think it also plays into Mount Pleasant Way and some of the overall mobility improvements that we're trying to implement here. And then third, as beach season heats up, I'm hopeful that you guys can take a look at that turn lane on the IOP connector to head north on Rifle Range. When the traffic heading to the beach backs up, it creates an effect where people that want to turn left on Rifle Range are afraid to go into the median to get to that turn lane. So I'm not sure if there's a solution to maybe open up that turn lane a little bit further down the road, but just something to be aware of as these peak days begin. So thank you very much, Mr. Aton, for your 10 years of service. We're grateful to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else in that we didn't get to? All right.
No, sir.
Anything from the committee members? All right. That completes item 5. Item 6 is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Almost.
to order the Flood Resilience Committee for this Monday, May 5th, Committee Day. Item number 2 is approval of the minutes from the March 31st meeting. Would you have a motion, please?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. Item 3 is public comment. If you have a public comment, please come forward, give name and address, and somebody needs to be our timer. Who's going to be our timer? 2.5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Schnipke. I live at 185 Masio Way here in Mount Pleasant. I just want to say how excited I am. I hope that you all will look into and adopt the residential low impact program that the Green Commission's been working on. For months, we've been hearing about it. We know that we have 27,000 or more single family homes here and over 300 HOAs. I think it would be a great opportunity for the town to collaborate with those homeowners to make their yards a little bit more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Going once, going twice. All right. Public comment is closed. Item 4 is continued discussion on wetlands regulations by local government. And let's sort of get an overview on this. This is very important, but considering that we're an hour and 15 minutes behind today and we have a budget committee, which is a committee of the whole, would it be the committee's desire to not get too exhaustive on this today, or because we don't want to rush on anything this important? Let's touch on it and bring it back again next month, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, great.
Great. I'll be
Mr. Mitchell, will you be taking it? All right.
I'll be faster than what I was normally going to be.
Okay.
So, last time is a continuation of what we were talking about. You asked the question of whether we have an actual an inventory of existing wetlands. We do. There is the National Wetland Inventory found on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. As of course, they do have a disclaimer. It's not to be used for actual delineations, this and that. But I've got 2 examples very quickly. You're familiar with both locations. This is the one off Faison Road. Our GIS department superimposed National Wetland Inventory map on top of the actual delineation map. And as you can see, there is a difference there. The green is the National Wetland Inventory map. And then, of course, the hatched area is the actual delineated wetlands. So there's definitely discrepancies between the two. But again, it does represent that there are wetlands present. The other example that I have is Rifle Range Road Park. Again, very good representation, very good baseline to determine whether or not property has the potential of having wetlands present, but yet cannot be used for true delineation of where the line of the wetland line is, of course. But as you'll see with Mr. Ward's presentation, that Bluffton, is actually using it, as their starting point as a datum to require wetland delineation. So, summarize very quickly, it's just a good representation, but we don't have a true wetland map of the entire town of Mount Pleasant.
Is there anywhere that gives us a guesstimate of how many acres of wetlands we have in Mount Pleasant?
We would have to use the National Wetland Inventory map. And as you can see outside in some of those aerials, those are some already developed areas. We could take a stab at summarizing the entire green for the entire town of Mount Pleasant, but I don't think it would be all that accurate. But we could definitely report back and give you like an order of magnitude.
That would be, and on this picture, are you talking about the lower left-hand corner where there's that little kind of fan shape?
Like there, you've got developed property, in areas. So, you can't really rely on it to be accurate. But I'll see what our GIS department can do, and we'll just tally up all.
And
the
it doesn't
green
have
areas.
to be, absolutely precise, but like you said,
Yeah.
just the
Sometimes
order of
sense of scale.
magnitude would be,
Okay. Well, I was going to be quick. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Pagliarini or Mr. Ward.
Okay,
They'd like
thank
to
you.
run through what they talk about.
Thank you, Mayor Committee. We have been tracking per our discussion last month, the town of Bluffton, I think many became aware when the town of Bluffton proposed their local ordinance, and of course many municipalities like the town across the state are considering filling in these gaps. So the logical question that was asked last month is, what is our inventory? And you just talked about that. What I will tell you, there are 10 pages of what they are doing in considerations. They passed first reading, but since then have not taken any further steps other than they've discussed it quite a bit, and there are continuous changes. I think the lessons from that, because we can always learn, is that there's much to consider, and it is a fairly complicated process and procedure to get into the wetlands management business with a fair amount of oversight. So it's sort of like looking at the phone book. We can go through everything in there, in at least what they've considered, but it is a significant amount of information, exemptions, and in developing this type of legislation, we're going to have to go through the same or similar exercise. I'm glad others are a little bit. We like to be first, but in this case, it's probably good that there's some folks at least batting these around, because there's a number of considerations and some expert assistance that we're going to need in doing so. So, Mayor, I'm happy to go into it if you just are happy with the overview at this point.
Let me ask committee members, also in the interest of time, one, something of this magnitude we need to go slowly and deliberately on, because as you mentioned, it can be very complex and very costly too. But second, perhaps we take between now and next month to study the Bluffton ordinance and get an idea. Just looking at what we're looking at here, I see some things that I would like to bring up for discussion, but just make sure everybody has a copy. Maybe I would love a print copy as well, so I can kind of redline it.
Yes, sir.
And then at next month's committee meeting, we can sort of go over some of the details, maybe look at some of the directions that Bluffton's going, and see if we even want to go there in every aspect. Remember back in 2018, this helped a lot when we were doing a plastics ordinance, and to look at what others had done, and we didn't do it exactly the way everybody else did it, but it did help us because we were doing something new and something that was broad reaching. Does that sound good to the committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Very well, sir. We'll make sure everybody has copies of it, and we're all available for questions in the interim.
Great. Anything else on that? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll just say, and it doesn't have to be answered right now. And my biggest question with all of this is just the legality or legal enforceability, or whether we even have the right to regulate that.
Well, we believe we do, especially with the current federal gaps in that, and it becomes an issue on the margins. What is it that we're able to regulate? But we get into land disturbance permit issues. I mean, this is just another step in the development process.
Yeah, because none of those permits are issued. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So
anyway, there's a lot.
Yeah, it does. If you kind of, let me go back, just again, not to belabor this, but you can look at the intent and the applicability. Any land disturbance within a wetland or wetland buffer area, and that's everything from a development standpoint, and improvements of an existing lot. They have a different set of applicability that is substantial improvements for existing lots. So, I think that's the first order of business, is deciding for council to figure out the scope and what is it that we want to regulate. But you'll find a good bit of that information in here. I do think it's a good starting point.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Great point. All right, thank you very much. Item 5, consideration of Green Commission recommendation for a residential environmental incentive program. You want this? Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Sorry. I'll try to be brief as well.
Thank you.
Let me see. Let me get to the right slide. Okay, so my name is John Farrell, and I'm an environmental manager with the Engineering and Development Services Department. As you likely have heard in public comment and through updates, the Green Commission has been working over the past year to create a residential counterpart to the Commercial Environmental Guidelines for Land Development, or more commonly called the LID program. So this was first brought to Green Commission in December of 2023, and throughout 2024, they have discussed the structure of the program, including what other municipalities are working on, the format, incentives, and public engagement. In 2025, they've given recommendations on incentives, business partnerships, which we'll go over further in a second, and ultimately the recommendation to come before you today. So before I go into the details, we wanted to show the ultimate goals of this program. The program will be a community-based, interactive way to educate our residents on the benefits of various environmental techniques, engage with them as they make environmental improvements to their yards and homes, and provide a reward that benefits them and local businesses. So getting into the key components of the program, it is a voluntary incentive-based program, and it is comprised of 5 categories with a certain amount of points assigned to each. Category 1 is the easiest with options such as installing a birdhouse, and 5 is the most difficult with techniques such as living shorelines. This is targeted at residential property owners, like I just said, and the language we used was residential fee simple lots, so this would be available to single-family homes, duplexes, townhomes, etc. The partnerships are the driving force behind this program design. The current design is to partner with local businesses to offer a discount in the form of a token to residents who reach a certain amount of points as a way to recognize them for their efforts. The idea is for the town to reimburse the business half of the discount they offer, capping it at $100 per household per year. As a part of this, the Green Commission recommended a $25,000 budget, which under this framework would allow around 500 homes or 2% of eligible homes in the town to participate within that first year. And on the last bullet here, the Green Commission also recommended the creation of an award for HOAs that go above and beyond in their stewardship to the environment. This program is set up similarly with points and categories, and the award would be in the form of a plaque in recognition by town council. So lastly, I just wanted to go over the anticipated next steps. Over the following months is to receive public feedback through stakeholder meetings with residents and business owners, to develop a public-facing, easy-to-use webpage that tracks what residents have done and helps us on our staff end to track and monitor what has happened. And then once that is complete, to go back to Green Commission for a final recommendation, and then ultimately back here and to Town Council. I'd be happy to answer any questions and look forward to receiving your input.
Thank you for that report. Very, very informative. I want to thank the Green Commission, their chairs here, and other members for their good work on this. Again, this is totally voluntary. Yes, it's incentive-based. This is not new restrictive regulations or anything. Yes, the quick question would be, so the town gives a token to the vendors, is that right?
Or to a resident, and then they could, and we're still working out what the token would be, whether it be a physical object or something like that. Then they could take that as a discount to the businesses that are participating.
But the businesses have to choose to participate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they give the citizen the discount, and then we make that up to the business. Is that correct?
We make up 50%, so the business would have some stake in it as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just want to get clear on that. Committee members, any thoughts or discussions? And what do you need from us today? Just a nod of whether to proceed?
Yes, sir. As long as you're comfortable with the next steps and the way the program's progressing, I think that's all we need.
Are there any reservations from the committee members to not proceed? Okay. I think you got it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 6 is recognition of the Tall Pine Road Drainage Project.
Good afternoon, Flood Resilience Committee. My name is Marissa Noble. I will try to make this concise. I'm a project engineer in the EDS department. I'm also the project manager for the Tall Pine Drainage Improvement Project. So this project is part of our micro stormwater project series. This is the project sign that we put out before construction, and it was out during construction. And we designed the sign to be for all of our micro projects. There's a QR code with an informational video that was available to residents before the project. And we plan to replace that QR code for future micro projects. So I just wanted to say that this program has been a few years in the making. This just happens to be our first project that we've completed. So the mission statement for our micro projects is to identify and address long-standing localized stormwater issues that have persisted and been unresolved by maintenance through targeted and practical small-scale solutions. So these are smaller areas that have been maintenance problems for years, maybe even decades, but they may not qualify for a large CIP project. So if there's one thing I want to stress about in this presentation today, it was the time and money that we saved by designing this in-house. So that's what we're trying to do with all of these micro projects. We want to design, permit, collaborate, work with the contractors. Everything was in-house, and that is what we are planning to do for future projects. The total cost was about $450,000. That was for construction, but we saved probably $50,000 to more like $100,000 with designing it in-house in months of time. And I can say that I have personally managed ones that have consultants, and streamlining that process made a huge difference. And the bioinfiltration stormwater feature sign, that is permanently out at both locations, the upper and lower. So if you go out there today, that's on site. So before I get into the project, I want to show pictures of the problem. These are pictures of both Tall Pine Road, the lower section, which is Japonica Road, and Cliffwood Drive. As you can see in that intersection, it was holding 5 to 6 inches of water. These are actually all separate storm events as well. Tall Pine Road was just lacking any infrastructure. It had swales that filled in over time. So like I was saying, it's two different regions, the upper Tall Pine Basin improvements. So this is where the improvements actually are in that blue square. This is the upper region that's near Johnny Dodds. So this is actually where the bioswales and bioretention are. But the improvements cover a drainage basin that is much larger because it drains to this point. So it's covering about 12.5 acres. So you can see the amount of homes that this is actually treating. And it's about 2,000 linear feet of roadway, which equates to 43,000 square feet of impervious surface. This is the lower region. It is at the end of Tall Pine Road, so the improvements are really Japonica and Cliffwood Drive, as well as the outfall ditch behind the commercial section on Coleman Boulevard. This was a combination of gray and green improvements, meaning some pipes and some green infrastructure, but I'm really concentrating on the green today. So similar to the upper region, this actually covers 13.5 acres. You can see where the contours are just going down the whole bottom section of Tall Pine Road. It covers about 1,700 linear feet of roadway and 36,500 square feet of impervious surface. So this is the bioswale that was installed along Cliffwood Drive. This is the big green feature for the lower portion. On the left, that's during construction. The middle picture shows the engineered soil media, which is kind of the key product that was used in this project. It's called Bolden Gold. It's sand, recycled tire parts, clay, and iron fillings, and it treats phosphorus, nitrogen, and bacteria. And then the picture on the right is the finished product. I actually took that last week, so they're looking very green now. These are very similar bioswales that are on the upper portion. As you can see, the manufacturer for the Bolden Gold was able to install some sample ports for us. You can see a picture in the bottom right. We actually haven't been able to even get a sample yet because they are infiltrating so quickly. Every time we get out there, there is no water in them. This is the one bioretention area that's installed on the upper portion. We call it bioretention because it's actually planted with some native plantings. But it also has the Bolden Gold installed. You can see on the bottom left there. And the picture on the right was taken last week, so it is blooming. These are wet condition type of plantings. I picked out ones that are supposed to bloom at different times of the year, so hopefully it'll stay aesthetically pleasing. So I just wanted to end talking about some of the benefits of the project. This is enhancing the water quality in our TMDL Shem Creek watershed, which is a bacteria TMDL. It's recharging the groundwater supply and restoring pre-development hydrology. The flood control is helping protect our roads. As I talked about earlier, we did restore some pipe capacity, a crushed outfall pipe, and replace some inlets, and installed some erosion control at the outfall as well. The native plantings support wildlife diversity and also beautify the right-of-way. So this is one of a few projects that we're working on right now. We're designing one possibly in Remley's Point. That's in the middle of design at the intersection of 6th Avenue and 4th Street. And then another one may be coming on Erkman Drive. Both of these have been longstanding problems for years. So stay tuned for future updates on those. And I hope to bring those before you soon. Let me know if you have any
I
questions.
just want to say that I think this is fantastic. Makes me proud of Mount Pleasant. I hope the folks at South Carolina Office of Resilience know that we're doing this type thing. From gray to green is their motto, and that's exactly what we're doing here. And if we were doing, I see people in the room, if we were doing the standard old-fashioned way of doing that with pipes and road and ripping up pavement and all that stuff, who knows how much that would have cost. And by my math, this is 25 acres that total between upper and lower that's benefiting from this. So you don't need our permission, but keep on doing it. And this is your neighborhood. So
It's night and day.
Wow.
It's crazy what that has done. So it's great. And then also I just wanted to compliment you too on the video that you put out beforehand that was attached to the QR code was awesome.
Good.
And like perfect communication. So that was like a really just cool way to do it. So that was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
Fantastic. And the plan is to replicate, keep doing this around town, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Great. Yes.
This
All right.
has been my dream from day one.
Yeah.
Do some green infrastructure instead of pipes.
That's great.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Very
you.
impressive. All right. On that positive note, item 7 for this committee is to adjourn. So we stand adjourned.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. Running a little bit behind. We're going to see if we could talk real fast and catch us up. So we are going to call to order the Human Resources Committee for Monday, May 5th, 2025. Second item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Number 3 is public comments, 2.5 minutes. If anybody has any public comments for the HR committee at this time. Going once, going twice. Seeing as we have none, we move on to the next agenda item, which is continued discussion and possible recommendation of Human Resource Information Systems, HRIS. Good morning, or
Good
good
morning.
afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Okay. So we have the information from the last time of the seven. There were 7 submittals. Some were for the same program, so kind of taking that into account. And we've tried to get some additional information, what we could in the time frame allowed.
Does anybody have anything on this?
I don't.
Just real quick, I sat with you in the office real quick. I obviously sent everybody an email. I think what's important, and when you get that information, is we see what all the needs are, and then we see who is fulfilling those needs. Or I mean, like, if it's scheduling, are we writing those down on Excel sheets? And is there a better option to do that? And will it save time? So I think once we get something like that, then we can take it back up again.
Okay.
For sure.
Yes, and I did start delving into that as we discussed with
Okay.
what we're doing, how we're doing that now, and looking at how that compares with what's out there. And
Well, I think
we have-
what's important is I saw some things that Dayforce can do, and maybe we're not utilizing those.
that was what I kept seeing is that we're not using it, and they represent that they can. So
Right.
I think we need to figure that out.
And we'll see if it's apples to apples if they're charging more money for that. Okay. If nobody has anything on that. Nope. No. All right. We move on to number 5, which is executive session for personnel matters, to discuss the town administrator contract and corporation counsel contract. Do we have a motion?
Move to enter executive session for the reasons stated.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Committee may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. We are now in executive session. Are back, and no votes were cast, and no motions were made.
I do have a motion.
Yes.
sir. It's just to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Okay. All right. We have a motion on the floor to proceed as discussed in executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3 to pass. All right. Next is to adjourn. So we are adjourned. Thank you.
All right, let me call to order the Budget Committee meeting for this Monday, May 5th. We will be 2 people short today, although this is a committee of the whole. Item number 2, approval of minutes from the March 24th, 2025 meeting. Do we have a motion, please?
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the minutes are approved. Item 3 is public comments. If you're here to make a public comment, please come forward. Name and address, 2.5 minutes by ordinance, please. Any public comment? All right, seeing none, we will go right to item 4, which is a review and recommendation Town of Mount Pleasant proposed budget for fiscal year 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Good afternoon. This is the second meeting of the Budget Committee. There's a lot to cover, so I'll get right to it. I'll begin with a very fast refresher. The budget is balanced. There is no proposed tax increase, and it is in alignment with the direction that you have set for Mount Pleasant. The focus is on town facilities and infrastructure. There's more money to roads, stormwater repair, public buildings and their maintenance. 4 new positions are recommended, 3 in the police department, 100,000 plus calls for a year now, as well as 1 waste management operator. And you know that story as well. And the human resources side of it has a recommendation for 3.5% pay for performance. The budget, the general fund, the lion's share, less than last year, not a service reduction, but it stands under $122 million. Debt service funds lower, paying down debt. A-tax is about the same as last year. There was a large chunk of capital that explains that difference. And you know about capital asset fund for a total budget of 166, 303, 166. That was not planned. Diving in a little further, per department, just the big items. We went through this in greater detail at the last meeting, but general government, the $176,000 increase, $150,000 of that pertains to election expenses. Planning's down quite a bit, not a reduction in service. That's the money for the code rewrite that is now out of the budget, no longer needed. Just underneath that, it's non-departmental. We have an increase there for property and liability insurance, as well as that is the expenditure landing spot for the opioid settlement money. There's a corresponding revenue on the other end. And going down into recreation, a little bit of an increase there. We have the Maker's Mart, which last Friday was the grand opening. That went very well, as well as some money for a conceptual diagram for the Jones Center to be performed next year. By the way, the committees met and didn't make any recommendations on the general fund budget. But there are some open items, and they include ATAC. Mr. Icofano is our liaison. And the first bullet there is that the committee did recommend an additional $50,000 be added to the budget. They didn't specify where it should come from, but that was a request of theirs that is being brought to you. That is not recommended by the staff. The second bullet is they also met and had recommendations, which are below, and you can take those up now or I suppose at town council, because those go to you at some point.
Yes,
happy to discuss. I think, so I have this sheet that matches. Okay. Where is Matt here? He's not here. There he is. There he is. So is this the ones they recommended? On the Turkey Day thing, I could skip straight to that if you guys have questions, but Mount Pleasant Symphony seems to be the same each year. Not a lot of heads and beds. As far as ATAC is concerned, there's two items that need to be covered, which is heads and beds or community involvement in arts. So the Mount Pleasant Symphony, with very few heads and beds, does cover the arts section. The Art Village Kitchen obviously was, I believe that's the culinary school. The ATAC committee did not recommend any money for them. South Carolina Surf Soccer Club, they continue to come in and show heads and beds, and they've recommended that for I believe that's two different events. And the Charleston Turkey Day Gobble Wobble, they've asked for 7,500. If you would like to know, I'll reserve my opinion if you guys would like to discuss that first. That's up to you.
Mr. Chairman,
Or any
Yes.
questions
I'll
on
be
this?
happy to be the bad guy again this year, but the Charleston Turkey Day run and gobble wobble, I'm having a hard time picturing people who are coming into town to go to that event. I think the reality is they're going to town to visit their relatives, and while they're here, hey, sure, let's do the 5K. And so I would make a motion to approve the other two, the 7,500 for Mount Pleasant Symphony and the 20,000 for Surf, and not fund the other two.
I would second that.
The other two being Our Village Kitchens and
And
Gobble
the
Wobble.
yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We're in discussion.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I may have missed on where this additional, is it an additional 50,000?
I was going to discuss that next, I think.
Say again?
I think I was going to discuss that next as a separate item. I believe this is two different items.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
Two
it's
different
okay.
items.
Is that okay? Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, the motion now is on this bullet point number 2. Well, there's no, the second bullet point is not numbered number 2. To approve minus the Our Village Kitchens and minus the Turkey Day. After we vote on that, we can go back to the 50,000 or no.
Yes.
Okay, because that's not dependent on this, right?
Right.
On that 50,000.
Correct.
Okay, because that's the motion on the floor.
And excuse me, Mayor, but where did this, I guess it's additional 35,000 come from?
We're at the beginning of what we're looking for staff to do from now on, which we will be doing is, I don't want to say it's backwards because it is what it is. It's in the funding cycle, but the light part, the light requests are now. So we fund twice a year. There's 2 ATACs. This is cycle 1, and cycle 2 will be in the fall, and then the fall will fund the spring. And the spring is the heavy hitter, is some of the really heavy hitters, which we can go over here very quickly after this, which is the $50,000 discussion, possibly lower actually, but that's where we're at now. This is first cycle, and we have to be careful and obviously do a better job to make sure that we let them know what the total is for the year, so they're not over giving in the beginning in the first cycle.
Okay, so this is part of our normal
Cycle
money that we get through ATAX.
Yes, sir.
So it's money we normally get. Thank you.
Correct.
All right, any discussion on the motion before us? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, now we can go back to the 50,000.
Do you have this slide, Mr. Brady, for?
No, sir.
That's okay. I got some numbers. I can pass this down as well. Just real quick, Charleston Wine Food Festival, they were shorted. They normally get 25,000 and they got 23. Cooper River Bridge Run asked for 25 and got 23. The Charleston Restaurant Foundation, the Oyster Fest, requested 10 and received 8. Seawee requested 25, got 23. Charleston Race Week requested 25, received 20. And SC Surf requested 20 and received 15. This was last fall for the spring cycle. Also, so that was a shortage of about 18,000 of real heads in beds, which I feel is proven real heads in beds and, on a lot of these. And the other thing that has been added in as well is the for-profits, which would be, I believe, I would be assuming at this point, but I believe the Snee Farm golf event will be coming in, and in the past they have asked for 9, and that would not include any additional. So that's about 130. 139 would be coming in for the fall, for spring. These are all based on past dollars. So 139, and the available funding is 115 at this point. Any questions on that? And I can pass that down as well if you would like.
What does this mean about the ATAC committee requested an additional 50 but did not recommend which items should be decreased in order to do so?
So Mr. Mayor, we have, as one of the tabs in the greater budget that was presented, is one for accommodations tax. And it lays out the revenue expected to come in and then the expenditures associated with it. And so you have roughly, just round numbers, $3 million that comes in revenue every year. Roughly, round numbers again, $1 million goes to CVB. And there's a whole host of items that's paid for out of this budget to include some town-sponsored events. Patriots Point, 4th of July, right? So there's a whole host of those items. Left is $150,000 for the committee to distribute to what they deem, with their ultimate approval, worthy organizations. They're asking for $50,000 more, which would mean that $50,000 would have to come from somewhere else in this budget. It'd have to come from other donations that we make for some of our own priorities. By the way, it's not just Patriots Point, 4th of July. It's community art projects, Art in the Half Shell, Children's Day Festival, Blessing of the Fleet, Mount Pleasant Art Fest, and Christmas Parade. So this money has to come from somewhere else. But my suggestion, with great respect to the work that ATAC committee does, is that perhaps some additional scrutiny on some of the requests could help to meet some of the requests that come in for the second funding cycle, rather than pulling from another part of the budget. But that's ultimately your call.
Yes, sir, Mr. Brownstein.
So I have a question on the ATAC. We also use that for capital projects that are an expansion based on tourism demand as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if we're pulling money out of this, we're not only impacting those community events, but also, let's say, a fire department expansion or additional police cruisers or things like that.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I guess while I still have the floor, we did save $7,500 by removing the Turkey Day gobble wobble, so we could put that towards some of those future events.
Right.
Not sure if anybody else wants the floor. I think some of the discussion has been, I don't know how long ago the budget was put into effect, but ATAC has the accommodations tax itself has increased. I definitely would like to see, and I think staff's going to be working on a little bit firmer formula with actual. I mean, we're looking at heads and beds now for sure, and we've seen that over the last 3 years. They're looking at that, but there's some final formulations that could be tabulated, probably a little firmer, I guess, right, with the heads and beds.
For the state ATAX, for the funded contributions, that has always been a flat amount. So we've always put $150,000 into that account for them to use. So we don't adjust that according to what our state ATAX revenue is going to be every year. That's a flat amount that we have always budgeted.
I think what they stated, I might have misspoke. What they stated in the meeting was that as accommodations tax has gone up in the town of Mount Pleasant, and the requests have gone up along with that their flat amount has stayed the same.
So 2023, the amount received was 2.9. 2024, it was just over 3. And we're expecting 2.9 again, as you've seen the reports from the CVB, as the utilization is sort of flatlined. And so maybe that is correct over the 15-year period, especially since we've added more hotel rooms. It's been pretty flat revenue for the last few years.
Okay. The request I'm seeing, just real quick, with them asking for 25, just so it's on the floor, the max I see on overs on request anyway is 27,000. And obviously, it's up to this council to decide on that budget amount. So,
What is it that makes 25,000 the limit?
There is none, sir.
There's
You
no
could
limit.
adjust the one. If I heard Mr. Icofano correctly, it's that the 150 they feel is short, and that perhaps a 175, well, in this recommendation, a 200 amount,
right,
would be better. My position is the revenue is flat; it's expected to remain flat, and we'd have to pull from other worthy investments. And so, if they were short, I believe 25,000 last year, I believe perhaps more scrutiny over some of the funding decisions could be a way to close that gap, starting with the gobble wobble.
I've just always wondered how just this comparison of scale. I mean, there is nothing bigger than the Bridge Run, nothing bigger than the Bridge Run, and it gets just about the same as I mean, Southeastern Wildlife I know is big, but Southeastern Wildlife doesn't begin in the town of Mount Pleasant like the Bridge Run does. And just some of these things, Charleston Wine and Food, I'm not sure. I just don't know how many people come to that. I don't have anything to compare it to. Bridge Run, we all know. I don't know how many people come for Charleston Wine and Food, and how many of them play in Mount Pleasant. Mr. Rambo, you may know some more on that, but
No, I mean, it'd be interesting to see the data as far as who actually stays in Mount Pleasant. I mean, considering Charleston Food and Wine, there are events in Mount Pleasant.
Yeah,
there's not a ton, but there are some. But the main event is now in North Charleston, so
Right.
I don't know. It'd be interesting. I do have a question though on, like, for instance, Cooper River Bridge Run. So if we give them $25,000, that's just for them to help with their expenses and all that. But then we also, I mean, probably the full cost to Mount Pleasant is way more than that based on the amount of police and public services and all of that.
Yes.
So that's all of that is in addition to this cost,
Yes, sir.
really.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
So it's probably a much, much, much higher number. Yeah.
Exactly.
Just for clarity, this is 100% advertising dollars. Advertising only. Correct.
So these organizations have to spend the money on advertising.
To put heads in beds. Correct.
So like SC Surf spends $20,000 on advertising for their tournament?
And they have to turn all those receipts in, yes.
They do. They turn in a budget, and it's 10,000 each that they requested for a men's tournament and a women's tournament, and it was detailed in their submittal. So they spend over that amount in advertising.
Wow. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we keep the same level of ATAC funding for the coming year.
we have a motion and a second to keep the same ATAC level. We are in discussion.
Could we explain what the same amount is?
Yes, $150,000.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So the motion is to keep the ATAC level at $150,000, and we are in discussion. Yes, sir, Mr. Tinky.
One thing I think it's important to do, it not relative to this list, but if you can quantify the money that comes back into the town, that's really helpful. So in the golf business and industry, when we did it, we could prove on admissions tax that $7 came back into the town for every dollar spent, but it was verified by third party verification. So back to the heads and beds or the people at a table with a fork, I think it's important to be able to quantify it. It starts with how many people are there, where are they from, and then how many actually come within reach. And some of these aren't sophisticated enough to have it, but to the extent they can, it would be really important to have it, and so you could have it, you could rank them almost. I'm sure you're already doing that, but that's really helpful. And I found that when we could show for every dollar spent, 7 came in, it was a no-brainer. But I can't do that with these as easily.
Every organization is required to submit verification after they hold their event, and they detail basically, yeah, it's all of the economic. It goes through Matt and John, but I've sat through enough that I'm familiar with it. So they do present all of their reports. And that is presented to the ATAC committee. So they have that when they are reviewing and looking at these numbers, because it's part of their whole application process.
We can show heads and beds.
We can.
I think that's an excellent point, and I will ensure that gets sent to you all, especially on the last ones. I think we could sum that up, and maybe that should just be something that's permanent anyway. That we show what is brought into the town with these events, because it's a very important part, not only for the fact that they're voting on this $150,000 or so, but just important for the overall budget to see where it comes from with these events. So I think we can make that part of, when I say we, I mean you all that actually do the work over there. So yes, I would appreciate that, I think.
It's also part of our annual Turk report that we have to submit every year. So it's public information.
Excellent.
So, Mr. Mayor, what's before you, sir, is the recommendation by ATAC for the first half of their year in the amount totaling $115,000.
Okay. All right, and the motion is to keep the ATAC level the same at 150. And I just wanted to put out for discussion, is the main reason on that we don't want to cut from the other areas?
Yeah, so my thought process was if this is going to eat into funding for other events, fire station expansions, that it didn't make sense to increase it. I suppose if there is some compelling reason later in the year, we could always allocate money during the mid-year true up if there's something that's, absolutely must be funded. But I don't really see a compelling reason before us here today.
Is this the same pool of money that the state now allows for some use for attainable housing?
Yes, sir.
It's the same. It's the same pool.
Mm-hmm.
So if a need for that arose, and it's limited to what, 15% of the total?
Yes, sir. For 7 years, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. So if something were to arise, we could do like a mid-year and free some of that up for because we don't have any other pool in our budget for anything for attainable housing, which is also part of our documents, our comprehensive plan and other things, is to find a way to facilitate that. So, all right, any other comments on the motion? Yes, sir, Mr. Schleicher.
I've got one. I'm sorry. I do think it's important. I think it's important to understand how many heads and beds and what that financial impact is. I also feel that it's important that we understand that this accommodations tax does bring in a lot of money to the town of Mount Pleasant, $3 million, 2.9, and that those dollars are utilized for really, really good things, fire, police, and they're used in our regular everyday budget, and that a lot of times money does breed money as well, right? So if you are looking to bring in additional accommodations tax dollars, that I don't know if cutting back, I'm not 100% how much this will take into effect with Snee Farm and what we just voted on as well. Just want to mention these things as it comes to you next fall. So, okay.
Mayor,
yes.
I'll use this excuse at least for 1 month, being the new guy on, but I would need more information. I hear that it would come from other areas, but I don't know what those other areas are. They're in the budget. I don't have it in front of me, so I apologize for not having and looking at it. But I would need to see that and understand the full ramifications of where it comes from and what it would take from and how it would come from, how it would be taken from those, as well as the information on rank ordering, where the money comes in and how many people are participating in those activities and how many of them we know are staying in town and being in Mount Pleasant, et cetera. Now, I think it's fine. There's a spillover effect. If they come to Charleston, then they may find out about Mount Pleasant. So that's a secondary. It could happen, but I just don't have enough information to do anything other than abstain on this one.
Right. All right, so the motion is to keep the ATAC level at the $150,000. If there's no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right. Motion carries. All right. Was that number one under 4.3? Was that ATAC recommendation?
Yeah, well, so that was a separate matter, sir.
Okay.
I guess Roman numeral 3, the first bullet is the ATAC recommendation referencing the recommendations for funding that they've made for the first half of the year.
And that's the one that we already passed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was just the 50, keeping it at 150.
No, we passed on doing that, removing our village kitchen and removing Charleston Turkey Day Run.
Got it. I stand corrected.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Okay.
we're on the next one. Community investment.
Community
fund.
investment. Yes, sir. A link to all the applications was provided. This is how the agencies, the organizations scored and are funded based on what we came up with at the staff level. But ultimately, this is your call. There is $100,000 reserved for this.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation.
Have a motion and we have a second. All right, I think we need to, let's just get clear on a few things. So we're not, is there anybody that we funded last year that we would not be funding this year?
It doesn't appear so, sir.
Yes, there's one. Beautiful gate.
What is that one?
There it is.
What is Beautiful Gate Center? I'm drawing a blank.
They are a unique learning environment where children and youth with developmental disabilities and autism are able to attain the skills, support they need to enhance long-term quality of life.
Okay, do we have anything to base it on? I mean, they did apply, but why is there a recommendation for no funding?
It's strictly from the rankings. There's certain points they get for the 4 categories that they apply for, and it's based upon what they submitted. They scored lower than some of the other ones this year. They came in at a 9, and we cut off at 10 was the amount of points you needed to have some type of funding.
Yes.
Is this a, just to understand, is this a flat budget as well? I see it was 120.
Correct.
And was that decided on 100 or was that decided on because of the points? If that makes sense.
Well, for the current year at 120, at this meeting a year ago, more or less, 20,000 was added.
Oh, it was added at that meeting. So
Yes.
100,000 is
Yes.
typical budget.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor.
Yes.
I'm not seeing it, but I was told that South Carolina State Guard was going to get 9,000?
Yes, sir. That was funded in a different section of the budget.
Right.
Not under community investment.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. It was 10,000.
If we were to add to the 100,000 would it just come out of fund balance or something?
Yes, sir. So the budget that you have before you doesn't spend every dime we expect to come in. So we have a little contingency reserve that's available for things like this, if you'd like.
I'm trying to remember last year's meeting. They all run in together, but I guess somebody made a motion, we deliberated and put a figure on something.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe it was Councilman Ritchie who made the motion last time.
Okay. Thank you. You know, everybody else in the region is addressing the attainable housing shortage, and we did have a request from Housing for All Mount Pleasant. I get it that 50,000 is a lot of money. Is there a way that we could amend this and get a $5,000 for Housing for All Mount Pleasant? They're the only attainable group that is working in our community in any way. It's not just to get attainable housing developed, but they are also helping people, like some elderly people who get their rent renewal and they're out of it. It's out of their budget and they're having to scramble and find somewhere to live. What we see them coming here and addressing and all is only a small part of what they do. So I guess, let's see, we do have a motion on the floor.
You could amend it.
Yeah.
Correct.
So I would, can I get a second on a motion to give Housing for All Mount Pleasant $5,000?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. So we would be in discussion. Yes.
So the name Housing for All Mount Pleasant, voting against this makes it sound like you're voting against people being able to afford housing. But I will be voting against this because I don't think we should be providing money to an organization that does like partisan political advocacy, essentially. And so it is anyone's right to come in here and speak to council and fuss at council about decisions or whatever, but I don't think we should be funding that. And so I don't know. It's a no for me.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I have 2 points, and I'm going to be a no for some of the same reasons as Mr. Rambo, but we just found a contingency of money, and 5 minutes ago we were talking about no contingency for people that put heads in beds that drive $3 million help drive $3 million into the town of Mount Pleasant. So I don't understand. There's a contingency now, but there wasn't one 5 minutes ago, and that's okay. And then the other issue is if we're going to have a scoring system, we have to believe the scoring system. So we're skipping, just for the sake that we're skipping 1, 2, 3, 4 9s and 1 7 and going to a 6. And they're here all the time, Housing for All Mount Pleasant, and I realize that with this I'm going to hear it from them, but we're skipping 5 other organizations, and we have to explain to them to include an organization that already received dollars on our last budget process. So for those reasons, I will be a no as well.
I understand your comment, but we know what Housing for All Mount Pleasant does, and they operate in a unique lane that nobody else is in. Nobody else is out there doing. People are all doing wonderful things, and those 7s and 9s are doing wonderful things, but nobody is helping with what has been actually identified as a regional crisis, and that's attainable housing. And we're getting ready to have high school graduation, and I plan to be attending those. And I sit there every year and realize those students, at least in our service on this council, will never be able to afford to live in the town that they grew up in. And I think that's a shame. And I think $5,000 is a small amount of money to a group that can help us at least address that problem in a prudent way. But I respect everybody's position because we are talking about money here, not ideology. Any other comments? Okay, so the motion to amend is for $5,000 for housing for all in Mount Pleasant. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Is it just the two? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So by 5-2, the motion carries. So was the check me? Did I got an original motion?
Yes.
To pass. I'm just trying to get the wording of that. The ones funded, which were through my sister's house at 10, right?
Correct.
The ones recommended the proposed funding for 2026. So now we're back to discussion on that motion as amended, adding 5,000 for housing for all Mount Pleasant. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of the proposed funding as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, sorry.
Okay. Jake, were you a yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, I'm voting for everybody else.
What? Okay.
So yes.
All right. So by 6-1, the motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Some remaining open-ended items. First is Old Village survey funding. This is to update the property inventory within the Old Village Historic District. We did this 15 years ago, cost of roughly $40,000 we expect. We have not received prices, have not searched for prices. We expect the cost to be around $80,000. So if this is something that you're inclined to support, I recommend that be the number added to the budget.
Yes, sir.
Can you just, Mr. DeMore, briefly, I know we've talked about this before, but can you just briefly go over why this is needed or necessary or potentially
It came
not
as a
necessary
recommendation.
or
Yes, and no better person to explain it than someone who lived through it. As planning director, would you mind?
This particular request came from the Historic Commission what are the Old Village Historic Commission to go back in and do a survey. As Eric just said, we haven't done one in 15 years. And so this would be going back through, evaluating essentially every property that's within the historic district. And from that, they may make recommendations for including additional properties to be considered historic. You know, some properties are historic, some are non-historic, which ultimately in the end makes a difference with the level of review that's required when they go through for a certificate of appropriateness. So it is a process. It would go, we'd hire a consultant to do that. They would make recommendations back to the commission, and then ultimately it would be town council's decision whether or not to add any additional properties with the historic designation.
would these surveyors have to enter people's properties?
A lot of my recollection from when they did it 15 years ago, a lot of it was visual photographs, and then they have a lot of the historical information about the homes, off of the existing survey. So they would be able to go back in, see if any changes have been made that would maybe alter it and maybe not really make it eligible anymore.
But they don't have to enter private property.
I don't recall them doing that. I think it was more photographs.
Okay.
And updating.
What would the timing of this be? Would this be later in the year or after the first of the year?
If this were included in the budget, that means July 1 makes the budget live. And so it would take us some time to go ahead and get a procurement solicitation document together, send it out, get responses, review it. I mean, this could be late fall, first of the year of 26 before something was in front of you to consider.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chapman.
Ms. Chapman.
Mayor, is the Edwards area of the whole district part of this area?
Yeah, it would be
Edwards
inside of
neighborhood?
Royal. Yeah, yes, sir.
I'm bringing that up because we just lost $5 million to help with flooding within the Edwards drainage area, which is included in here. And I recall when the item about funding an update of the property inventory came to us, I thought, we could do it in the budget. I thought that was a great idea. Now that we are looking for $5 million to do the drainage for the Edwards Basin, I am thinking we need to come up with every dollar we can in the area to start the ball rolling to find that $5 million. And there was recently a very good editorial in the Post and Courier suggesting just that we do that. And so my suggestion would be that we take what I believe was $80,000 for the Old Village Historic District to do the update on the property inventory, to start filling the bank up for that $5 million. And I would make that in the form of a motion.
Second. All right, I have a motion and a second. Let me clarify, would that money be restricted to going towards the Edwards Basin drainage?
Yes,
project?
sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
It's not just keeping it out of here, but it's going to the
Directed to that basin.
So we have a motion and a second. We're in discussion. I'll just throw this out here. It seems to make sense because if you don't fix the drainage and those things are washed away or flooded, what
Right.
good does the survey do you for the historic district if houses are being torn down? So I think that's a very common sense
Mr. Chairman.
thing. Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. So, as far as I can tell, really, there's one group pushing this, and it's the Historic District Preservation Commission. The only feedback that I've received from the public about this has actually been negative. People who live within those boundaries who do not want to be deemed historic, and so I think not only could it help with our drainage needs, I think it's going to avoid a very uncomfortable situation within the boundaries of the OVHD.
All right. Any other discussion? Yes, sir. Mr. Tinky, you live in that area.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's very common sense to do that, and it's especially in lieu of losing the $5 million in funding. So I would just say that we, just as the drainage overrides almost anything else, it is important that a lot of that area is National Trust for Historic Preservation with certain standards, and that is important to know where we are compared to the last time we did it. And are we improving? Are we getting worse as far as our working under those guidelines? And I think that's helped preserve the fabric and the community and the culture of the area. So, of course, I live there, and I've heard some concerns about moving the time of the 50 years rolling to include more properties. That's a different discussion than just seeing what the homes are. I would just I would be in favor of supporting you, Mr. Chapman, but I would also like to see that this would come back because it's important to have a comparison over previous years, and then it allows you to know and protect it. If it is called the Historic District Preservation, you need to know what you're protecting and what you didn't protect. And so it's just like anything else. I think you need to have that comparison. I'd love to see it. If we get the funding for the Edwards Park, or we're able to find it, I'd like to see this come back on the agenda. We tend to vote it down.
All right.
So the motion is to deny.
The motion is to take that money, approximately $80,000, and apply it to the drainage fix in the Edwards Basin, which, as we all know, is defined. We know the amount of money we've got. That thing was ready to go to bid.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, sir. Members of council, the next item is a good story. Working with Mr. Elmore at the Charleston Animal Society, we're able to work out a new agreement for services. That includes shelter services as well as overpopulation prevention that they asked us to contribute to. The amount is $275,000. It's based on intake and some other things associated with spade and neutering, and recommend that you approve moving forward that contract at $275,000.
And just to clarify, I believe that was put as a placeholder in the budget book that we have, right? This
Good
is
point,
not
sir.
outside.
It's already included.
Yes, already included. And what we have done, will this be the third year or the second year? Remember when Councilman Ritchie was on here, we upped it.
This is the third year of the larger increase.
Third year of the
but
larger.
First, this will begin the new arrangement.
Thank you.
Yep.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Is there any discussion? I doubt it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Third is consideration of approval for funding for Charleston Metro Chamber initiative known as People First.
That's right, sir. This is a request that came in very early in the budget process. It's for $20,000, and that would support what they have as essentially a workforce and livability infrastructure. Focuses on housing, transit, education, and childcare, and it's being offered up by the chamber, and it's for your consideration.
Move to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry, motion to approve and a second. All right, any discussion? Do we know exactly what the money will go to?
They're putting resources towards each of those four pillars. So I just assume, sir, that once they receive it, it'll get divided as they see fit at that point into which pillar needs the most support.
Mayor, included in this is funding to help get attainable housing where it needs to be. We're not the only community that's involved in this either.
Okay.
Every community in the region is included in this, and it deals with issues that have come up, such as attainable housing, such as care for individuals during time their parents are working, such as transportation, such as a number of other things. But it's something the Chamber's been working on. It's their major project for the next 20 years. So it is their project, but they have included communities throughout the region in their request.
Right, and the request is for 20,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Okay, moving on. The next item is a human resource information system known as HRIS, just discussed at HR committee. As chair, Mr. Icofano, would you like to speak to this matter?
Yes, I think we're looking at some more data right now. I mean, we believe, where's Christy? There she is. Hello. We believe that there are some cost savings that may or may not occur between either utilizing Dayforce in a greater capacity or finding another system. I just don't know that we are ready. As a matter of fact, we're all sitting here right now. I don't know that the HR committee is ready right now to ask for funds to continue that until we investigate it a little bit more. So maybe we'll come mid-cycle or next year, but we promise to save money and most importantly, up culture and save employee time and make things more efficient when we have our final answer for you.
Okay.
So right now we're just moving on, I believe.
Okay, so no recommendation or
No
vote on that.
no.
Okay.
Right.
All right. And third, discussion possible action to adopt a financial transparency policy requiring all expenditures of $150 or more to be posted on the town of Mount Pleasant website.
That's right, sir. And so this was presented by a council member. It may have a budget implication, so that's why it's listed here and seeking guidance from council on how to proceed.
Since this is really not a budget item, I mean, I don't know that we have the software. I don't know that it went through a committee. Did it go through a committee? I might have been gone that committee day.
Came to finance at one point, but I don't think.
I think it was supposed to, it was going to be investigated further and going to come back to finance committee again.
So it hasn't
was
come
my
back
understanding. No.
Okay, but this is a budget meeting, and we're trying to get the budget done. We can always act on that after it comes back through your committee with a recommendation. Does that suit everybody?
Yes,
Okay,
but
Mr. Chapman?
but do we have an estimate? I thought we had an estimate that it was going to cost us $10,000 programming to be able to do this, and
I'm
not sure where the number 150 even comes from.
Well,
Why not 160? Why not 175? Why not 1,000?
I had made the ask for to be held at I believe Finance Committee. That was a starting number, as is any kind of recommendation. They could be discussed, and obviously out of 9 people up here, the best number, if something like this were to pass, then the best number would come out. I believe 150 was taken from what the city of Charleston does. And I also know that some softwares have been, software programs have been presented even by other citizens to be able to put this right online. So I don't know where that came from. I'm definitely not looking to spend $100,000, $200,000 on this kind of transparency, but if you guys want to discuss a number higher or number lower or what needs to be part of it, when I ask for it to be discussed, I think we're all very intelligent adults and can come up with a good number, if a number at all. So
Let me ask Mr. Demore, is the city of Charleston still using the $150 number?
Sir, last I heard, they were implementing new software and haven't been able to produce this report in quite some time. Now, that certainly could have changed in the last week or two since I heard otherwise, but to my knowledge, they're not doing this. I believe it's ordinance, but that they're not currently able to do this.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So there was an amount found. It was $10,000 to do this. Is that what you were asking?
So we had done research as requested, and knowing that it might have a budget impact is how it found itself on the agenda today. And so, if we were to go as detailed and at the level that's requested, we'd have to get a special generated report outside to do that. Could be as high as $10,000. There's other ways
per report.
No, sir. To develop the software to produce the information, one-time expense, right? But needed to know where you were on it. If it didn't need to be that robust, or what the amount threshold was going to be, because that certainly changed our calculus on whether we could ultimately do something in-house or not, and whether we needed the budget expenditure.
So you think $10,000 for a one-time fee? If it's $10,000, I would make.
It could be as much as that, depending on the type of detail that you want.
I would make a motion to approve that if it was $10,000 to give transparency to the public. Would be my motion if I were to get a second.
I'll second for discussion, though I do prefer this come back to finance committee.
Yeah. I would just like to take it back to finance and for next month we'll bring it back the month after.
Can we approve the funds to be available for you then at that point, or is that too much even discussion? Is that something you could do?
You could absolutely
and if it doesn't go
Just
through,
a placeholder.
as a placeholder?
Okay.
You could.
Okay.
Do I have to amend to the word
Is that what your
placeholder?
motion is?
That would be my motion then. Just yes.
Second.
I'm sorry, could you restate the motion?
Well, due to this needing to go back to finance committee, I would like to have a placeholder for the budget for the $10,000 to be able to complete this agenda item.
So here's my question: if it's 25,000 or 30,000, we are doing this as a budget line item. We are not authorizing this no matter what the cost. We're only doing a line item of $10,000 in case it is feasible.
Yes, sir.
Is that the understanding of the rest of council? This is a budget. This is a placeholder in a budget.
as long as the information doesn't come back at $10,001, so we don't have to do something like this, then yes, I can see it'd be easy to come back and say, well, it's 15,000. Sorry, John. I mean, trying to give some much needed transparency to the public.
May I ask, do you think our budget is not transparent now?
I think that these line items would be great for the public.
But so for your last 3 years on council, have you been part of non-transparency on budget items? I mean, where did this all of a sudden come from? We have never told ourselves that we're not being transparent when every penny can be FOIA'd by the public. I'm just wondering why we have to spend money to do that now.
I believe due to this being my idea, number one, and number two, due to some things that happened in the past where monies were spent and things skipped straight to council, that it is in the best interest of the public that we tell them what we are spending money on. And that is, nobody has to, you can vote this down 8-1. So it is 100% fine. I will be a yes vote, but for whoever wants to vote it down, I say vote it down.
Yes, sir.
I would like to read the definition of transparency from Webster's, and it's the quality of being easy to perceive or detect. And I agree with what you're saying, that our budget has been very easy to perceive and detect. I also know what council is paying at every council meeting for their dinner. And I will tell you, it's more than what the $150 is. Every Tuesday, 12 Tuesdays out of every year. I don't eat in the evening. I don't put that on my information for the Ethics Commission. I just put our salary. Maybe we should be having to do that. That's what got me thinking about this. Second, that $150 is 0.0000009%. I believe that's being penny wise and pound foolish. And I would hope that this not be included in the budget.
Mr. Iacofano, let me ask you, are you saying that our staff spent money that they were not authorized to spend?
That's not what I stated. I stated that I believe that all the dollars are the citizens' dollars and that they deserve to see what we spend their money on. So that is what I'm stating. I don't know what kind of words you're trying to twist, and I don't know why this went to Finance Committee so long ago and they don't have an answer. So, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but then why is this on here
you
without an
cited
answer?
an incident, and I'm just asking you to be specific. If some staff members spent money that was not authorized in the budget, I think you need to bring that forward, and that needs to be addressed in another manner.
I will FOIA the rest of those records, and I will have the rest of my answer for you after I do that FOIA then, if that's what you would like. I'll be happy to find, I've got some of those records, but I'll be happy to find every penny, and I will complete my investigation, and I'll have that answer for you and the public when I'm done.
So you do think they spent money that was not authorized in the budget?
I think that you're going off the rails on this conversation.
I think you're going off the rails.
Hold on.
You want to answer a direct question.
Do you have the floor?
I do.
Okay. When you're done, let me know.
So you either you suspect that money was spent that was not budgeted, but you won't actually accuse people of doing it, but you're you're going to leave it out there that if your FOIAs come back, then it might have happened, but you're not saying that it did happen.
I'm stating that I know, well, number one, this is a different action, that I know that almost $100,000 was spent on the Patriots Point project. Would you agree with that dollar amount? $98,000 on the Patriots Point, 1% sales tax. Okay.
Yep.
I know that that skipped commissions and committees and went straight to a special town council meeting. So, being that, I think that we should do a better job of possibly showing the public where their money goes. That is what I'm stating. And in response to your statement of whether I'm accusing somebody, I'm not accusing anybody at this time, and that I will be happy to continue my investigation, and I can FOIA the total dollar amount at my expense, which I've always paid for. I pay for all my stuff, and I can let you know what those exact dollar amounts are. Right now, it's teetering on $100,000, but I don't know why you're going sideways on this, but we can continue this.
I'm going that way because you cited that as a specific reason for this after I asked you if our budget has been non-transparent all the years that you've been on council. You cited that because I know you think it makes me look bad and there's a political motivation there, but staff worked on that regardless of the 1% issue. That was only a means of financing that project, and the staff's effort on that and the whole plan for working on Patriots Point had already been authorized, and every spending of that was below what staff is allowed to spend. And I really resent, on behalf of our staff, you're insinuating that they did something they shouldn't. And if you just want to go after me, you can go after me all you want, but don't accuse staff of not operating under our ordinances and under our budget processes, please.
At no point in time did I accuse them of that. And all I'm asking is that I don't care if it's 150. If the finance committee, they were supposed to come back with, if they wanted to move forward with it, they should come back with $1,000 or $5,000 or $200 or $1. All I'm asking for, and you have to excuse me because it's been a while since I submitted this. Is it the Secretary of Treasury or I'm sorry, for the state? They recommend on their site that municipalities and organizations using state town tax dollars also publish their amounts as well. It's recommended. It was part of my email that I sent everybody. So it's also recommended on the state that is supplied to the citizens. All I'm asking is that there's a dollar amount that we supply a line item to the citizens on where the money is. A budget and a line item are two different things. You can have a budget, and line items being shown to the citizens is totally different than an overall budget. So I think our staff does a wonderful job on the budget, and they're doing it right now. They do a great job. Great job. Showing line items on a website to the public to see is not an accusation on the staff at all. It's zero accusation on them. It's just saying, here it is.
So, Mr. DeMore, does the software that we're thinking of spending this money on, does it show whether that was authorized or not? It just shows that it was spent, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, we're not allowed to spend money that's not authorized.
Right.
There's never been a dollar here, as far as I know, ever spent that wasn't authorized.
So every penny that this shows will have been authorized, just like in the past, every penny that staff spent was authorized.
Every penny.
Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
Yes, so I think there's an opportunity here to improve kind of I guess how I envision this is more of a financial dashboard on our website that people can go to. And I do see a value to providing that information to the public. And I will be voting yes as a placeholder with the caveat. I do think this needs to come back to Finance Committee so we can kind of hash through how this would all work what it would cost, what would be the threshold of the transaction that would kind of trigger it, and moreover, making sure that it's something that's actually useful and not just a list of 1,000 different transactions with little to orient the person to what exactly that transaction is. So I think that we just need a little bit more time to maybe take a look at what our software capabilities are. Maybe there's some best practices that other types of communities or other communities use. And so I guess I'm just really not viewing it through the political lens of the previous conversation. And I guess what I'm saying is I think there could be some value here. We just need to flesh it out a little bit more in Finance Committee.
Yes, Ms. Hyatt.
I'm glad that it's going back to Finance Committee. I'd love to learn from staff what we might be able to do in-house that wouldn't cost, tens of thousands of dollars to buy software, some number that's reasonable to keep up with. That way we are being more transparent, but we're taking advantage of our own abilities without overspending.
Okay. Yes, sir. Mr. Rambo.
Okay, as the chair of the Finance Committee, I do apologize that I felt family emergency and missed the last month's meeting. So we'll jump back on it because there were other questions. It's not just the threshold. It's also certain things that are excluded. Like I wouldn't want people's FSA payments to be put on there publicly, which that wouldn't be fair. So there are things that need to be looked at. Also, when you look at what the other municipalities and counties have that do this, there are a number that do this. It typically is just a PDF, and it's like a monthly PDF that's like a 200 or 300 page document that literally just, some of them have no limit to or no minimum. It'll literally say like $6.45 Amazon pins, like that's it. And then so I guess it's transparent in the sense that the information's available if somebody wants to dig through it. I don't know how useful it is. Mr. Brown, so you bring up an interesting idea with the dashboard. I haven't seen anybody actually have an interactive one. They've all just been a PDF generated monthly report from whatever accounting software that they use. So anyway, so there, like I said, there's a lot that Finance Committee needs to discuss, and I promise we will put it on there for next month and discuss it. I'm fine with a placeholder. I would hope that it wouldn't cost even $10,000 to be able to develop a custom report that would easily draw that information out. Again, I think at the end of the day, it's something that seems transparent, but it's I don't know how useful it'll end up being, but anyway, I have a lot of thoughts, but I'm fine putting a placeholder for now, but that doesn't actually, I'm just clarifying, the motion is to put a placeholder in the budget. It's not to actually approve $150. Okay. All right.
Yes, MP Braxton.
I think we absolutely should be transparent. I think we're just early to throw a number out, 10,000, whatever. I think we just need to go back to the committee and then do like we do with almost everything we do. We look at all the different other towns and we see what they do, evaluate it, look at it. It won't take that long. We've got software that'll help us do these types of queries. Now, and then once we have the information, then we can determine what we need to spend, because I'll be part of the recommendation. That way we won't have to go back and forth on the money. So I wouldn't be voting for a placeholder. I'd be voting for going back to finance and understanding what it is, whether it's $1,000 or $0, what will be most helpful to us. At the end of the day, we have to give confidence, but I also have to ask the question, how many times have we been asked for this level of detail over the last 13 years? And have we provided to people through FOIA or just through regular responses? And is that something that's a real compelling issue? But I think going back to the finance will resolve these kind of questions, and then we can look at the dollars.
All right. I think everyone knows the motion for a placeholder for $10,000 for software to post all expenditures of 150 or more. So
I have one thing before it goes to vote. I apologize, but my thing is on a vote is I hope it's $0. So I don't have to even put a placeholder on this. They're the ones that came up with the $10,000 figure. What I don't want to happen is that if we say, okay, we're going to do this, but you guys didn't vote for $2,000 to be spent, so now we're going to wait a year. That's, I'll let the vote go through, but that's kind of where we're at. I'm asking for a placeholder just because I don't want this to get swept under the rug, number one. I agree with you on the FOIA request and how many have done it. I just don't know that a citizen should have to spend money to show where we're spending our money. They shouldn't have to spend money for us to show them where they're spending their money.
No, I agree with that. Yeah. My question really would be a follow-on to that. How many times have people requested it?
Right.
They didn't have a FOIA too, and
Right.
And so anytime I've asked for information, and I'm just a citizen out there, I get it pretty quickly. So.
Right.
I think that's really the issue.
So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
And I'll just add before I vote, we could put that $10,000 towards the $5 million drainage grant that we lost.
Ask that question.
And we can put the PDF up on our website for free next month. So I'll be voting no on this. All right. All in favor of the motion for the $10,000 placeholder, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
No.
No. 1, 2, 3, 4. Were you an aye?
I wasn't high.
I'm an aye.
4 to 3. So 4 to 3, the motion carries. All right, this brings us to item number 5, resolution to adopt the Town of Mount Pleasant Capital Improvement Plan for fiscal years 2026 to 2030.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, sir, searching for a resolution. You know the projects pretty well. Some of the highlights here. Fire Station 7, that's our number one project, the reno and expansion, public safety training facility, Pitt Street Bridge, the Mill Track Stormwater, Jones Center, Mount Pleasant Way, and Town Access Management in Stockdale are our big transportation projects. First introduced these back at the council retreat, and have had meetings on it since, and that stands for in front of you for approval. And by the way, Mr. Mayor, it's a 5-year CIP. This is only for year 1. So after this, if you find there's other priorities, you can easily change it.
So this is the same CIP resolution or same CIP projection and funding that we saw previously. So this, it has not been altered.
Nope.
All right.
It was accepted. All of these recommendations were accepted by committee.
Right.
Mr.
Right.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions. I suppose let's start with the easier of the two. The Edwards Basin drainage project, which we, to orient the public, we had a $5 million federal grant that was going to fund it. From what I understand, it's shovel ready. That grant was clawed back by the change in administration. What is the future of that? Are we going to see that on our CIP at some point, or how do we anticipate moving forward on that project?
Yes, sir. We're not done shaking the bushes, if you will, on money, and we're still going back to the feds, particularly through Senator Graham's office, to try to find a way to close the gap with federal funds. We're going to pursue this until we can speak to you with clarity that there's no other federal or state funding sources that can close this gap. And at that point in time, we'll be in front of you to say that and to offer up options and recommendations on what to do locally to fund it. And so I'm afraid I don't have a specific timeline because we're at the whim of federal and state actors. But the moment that information becomes crystal clear is the moment we'll ask for a meeting to review options.
Okay, and the second one, this one really troubles me. That's the Pitt Street Bridge Boardwalk rehabilitation. The Pitt Street Bridge Park is currently closed for some other work there. My understanding is that it's going to open again and then it's going to close a second time so that we can do this boardwalk work. And so I guess my question for you is, how urgent is that boardwalk rehabilitation? I think it's terrible that we didn't sync these two projects up and do it all at once, although I understand that would have been a longer period of time. But to do these two separate projects, which require the park to be closed to the public at what is one of our signature places, I guess just really, really troubles me. And the fact that we're doing it so close back to back makes me wonder why we didn't just do it all at once. And I don't know how you answer that, but I guess the question at the forefront of my mind is, how urgent is this work? Is it something that could be delayed? And potentially there's bad ramifications to that. I guess just my general statement is I really don't like the sequence of these two projects.
Yes, sir. I'm afraid we were sort of darned if we do and darned if we don't. It was either break up the projects or lump them together for a sizable, significant amount of time. In either way, unfortunately, the public was going to be inconvenienced. We'll continue to study implementation of the second phase of this project. As you know, stabilization out there, particularly what's going on now, is absolutely critical. It had to be done to preserve and save the bridge. But we'll look at the second piece, and if council's desire is for us to delay so that there's more public enjoyment before the next shutdown, we can certainly we'll certainly accommodate that. But I don't know what to say, sir.
What's the I guess projected timeline? Like, how long would it be closed? What time of year would it be closed? Do we know any of that?
Andy.
Yes, sir. We would shoot for the wintertime and, try to get it out for bid in the fall. We had the whole complex studied over the last couple of years, and there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, which will include a new seawall or sheet piles around the whole grass portion of the park. The substructure of the existing wood still needs done, and that's what this money's allocated for. And then we'll need a new decking on the top. So there's probably up to 3 more potential closures, or there's one big closure with a lot of money associated with that. But to do this is to get the rest of the pilings and stuff under the bridge complete.
Would it be possible to keep the land portion or some portion thereof open to the public during this construction process, or would the whole site have to be kind of fenced off like it is today?
It probably wouldn't be to this extent, and it probably wouldn't be that long. We fixed some of the pilings when we did the original assessment. It was, here's the immediate fixes that you need to do now, or bad things will happen, and then here's the other things that need to be done. And we're into the other things that need to be done category. So I don't think it would be as long of a shutdown as this particular one. I could get back to you on timelines because we have done this before. I just don't recall how long it was closed. I think it was about a month to do the work. I mean, a lot of it's under the bridge, and so it's storage of material and keeping people off of the bridge portion so they can do the construction underneath.
Okay,
but this is all substructure work.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have a motion to adopt the CIP resolution? Yes, sir.
Earlier we heard we got a map of where the wetlands were, et cetera. Well, today, broadband and cellular are critical and indispensable to our work, and it would seem for a small amount of money, just to study and see a map of where we have good cellular service and where we have broadband in the town would be very worthwhile, because if you don't know where the problems are, you can't fix them. But I know from going around town, up at Park West, around the airport is somewhat of a dead zone. Long Point's a dead zone. The village is a dead zone. These other areas are just dead zones. People can't work. They look like they're really friendly because they walk around the town holding up their phone or leaning up against a building to really get a signal. But if we could somehow, either an operational budget or some way, get a snapshot of where we are in town with our ability to do business or basically at home, Some people say it's even tied to their insurance rates because they've gone and picked up a landline again so that their alarm systems will go off. Or if it's tied to their phone and it doesn't go off, then it's a safety issue. So if we could somehow just identify what would be needed to be aware of where the problems are. I'm not saying fix it, just be aware. And then that, I would say private enterprise may come out and say, we'll fix it because we see there's opportunity. So it'd just be, when I see the broadband in there, big number, but I'm not thinking we're spending anything. It's just hopefully a few $1,000s to understand it, the problem.
I can shed a little light on that. Going back to before most of the present council members were here, we went through a streak of turning down cell phone towers. And one is in the old village and one is at Long Point. I said at the time, and I'll say it again, if Mount Pleasant wants to be the booming major municipality in South Carolina that does not have cell phone coverage, keep doing what we were doing. But to your point, I bet you the cell phone companies will gladly supply us with that at no cost, because they wanted to put the towers in the areas where service is very poor. And frankly, the then council would not approve them.
Well, a point to that is tomorrow I'll be going by Weasel Radio at Peach Orchard Plaza. I believe you may come by too. There's already a tower, 40, 50-foot tower. I think they can go up 90. Maybe we'll find out for the neighbors that don't want it. But if it's a monopole and it gives the service in the old village and they could get it through the permit process here, that's a great business development opportunity for the town.
All right. But we need to address the CIP resolution. I'm looking for a motion to adopt. Please.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Have a motion to approve and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The CIP resolution is approved. Item number 6, resolution making declaration of intent to enter into lease purchase agreements.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion to approve and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Item 7, resolution to adopt a 5-year general fund financial plan.
Yes, sir. Asking for your adoption here. You'll see that based on spending patterns, revenue assumptions, 3.5% more or less overall, that the budget you're passing this year isn't just satisfactory for this year, that it's sustainable at these levels for 5 years.
Motion to approve adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 8 is to adjourn. If there is nothing further before this committee of the whole, we stand adjourned.
All right, we'll call to order our Economic Development Committee meeting for Monday, May 5th. Next item is approval of minutes from the March 31st meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Number 3 is public comment. If we have anybody here to speak to the Economic Development Committee. Name and address.
Mike Tinky, 208 Benning Street. Item on the agenda is the eminent domain issue that was brought up earlier today. I would just encourage y'all to refer it back to our town attorney, come up with a solution, avoid some of the loopholes that might be there. But if it's a simple solution, if somebody went through eminent domain, they had their property taken, they're locating someplace else, even if they're leasing and purchasing, they don't pay the fees. If we can somehow find out that the fees were included in the original funding for eminent domain, then we don't have to pay. But if they're not, then we should not have to incur, they should not have to incur property tax, permit fees at that point. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Next item is discussion possible action to amend ordinance chapter 154, known as impact fees, to exempt properties affected by public condemnation. Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Ms. Chair, so can I be recognized?
Yes.
So this item was already discussed at a earlier committee and already recommended to council. And so legal is already getting their opinions together about that, and it's going to go to council next week anyway. So I don't feel it necessary or prudent in the interest of time to discuss this. So I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Well, or a motion to approve? No.
We already have that. I mean,
Okay.
we could.
Yeah.
I was just going to move to adjourn. That's the only thing on the agenda.
Okay. The only thing, can I make one statement?
You want a second
I
for
just don't,
discussion?
well, I just don't want to drop impact fees altogether. I want to make sure we're bringing back the other impact fees. That this just does not end our economic development discussion, this one point, but I could agree with this point. So, and I heard the committee, so I'm good.
Okay. Are you seconding?
Yes, second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned.
I think that was a legitimate Robert's rules. May 5th, Water Supply and Resources Committee meeting to order. Next thing on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the December 2nd, 2024 meeting.
Move
To approve.
Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? No? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Motion carries unanimously. Number 3 is public comments. Is there anybody here from the public that would like to make a comment? You have 2.5 minutes. Don't be shy. Going once, going twice. Okay. With that, we will move on to item number 4, MPW budget and projects update. Mr. Klum, I will turn it over to our esteemed general manager.
Thank you, Chairman Rambo and Council. Appreciate being here. Jake, you're moving fast today. Must be a little bit behind. All right.
Got a good kid.
There we go. All right, Water Supply and Resource Committee update. First and foremost, want to recognize our staff for AAA bond rating. So first time in Mount Pleasant Waterworks history that we received the AAA bond rating. So we received that about 2 months ago, and we're certainly proud of that. So want to share that with you. Today I'm going to give you an update, FY26 proposed O&M budget, septic system maintenance program update, along with the SCIP grant update, Highway 17 force main replacement project, and a little bit of information on fluoride. All right, 26 proposed budget, operating budget for FY26, approximately $61 million, with a capital budget of $39 million. Key budget assumptions, O&M budget change 5%. Our staff, I'm very proud of them for holding it to 5% with, as you know, the increase in materials that we've experienced, 5% without debt service. To me, was a wonderful benchmark for our staff. Proposed debt issuance for our CIP, Capital Improvement Program, $49 million during FY26. Proposed debt issuance for road relocations, $11 million for FY26, and an additional $8 million in FY28 if needed, based on projects moving forward. FY25 over at the Waterworks, 168 employees. With 2 vacancies currently. So we're very proud that we're nearly at 100% complement. FY26, we will be moving to 170 proposed employees, so 2 additional. Including a fleet maintenance technician, we're doing more work in-house, doing more work on our own vehicles, along with an emergency management and resiliency director, so 2 new positions added. Financial resiliency, again, AAA bond rating, wanted to make sure I hit that twice. We're very proud of that. We will have a 5-year strategic plan that will kick off FY26 and last until FY30. It does establish financial targets for MPW. Again, preparing for uncertainty and building a resilient infrastructure. Days cash on hand will be a target, so FY30 target of 500 days cash on hand, along with establishing a debt ceiling for the waterworks and developing a climate adaptation plan. Key projects to highlight during FY26, probably the one that I am most excited about and certainly want to relay to you is a $20 million Grambling well that we'll be drilling. This will replace Deep Well 6, north area, Highway 17. Currently, all of our wells are in the Charleston Aquifer, as well as additional wells in this area, in the Tri-County area. No one has tapped the Grambling Aquifer at this point due to the complexity of that. If this is successful, this will be the water supply for Mount Pleasant Waterworks for the next 100 years and beyond. So it's this is a transformational project for us. So it's a $20 million project, and it will kick off in FY26. Another big project is the Midtown Force Main replacement, and one that you will certainly hear about is $16 million for a Coleman Boulevard Force Main replacement. Total of 54 projects for FY26, and you can see the cost breakdown. 13 of those projects over $1 million. Utility relocations, those are the big unknowns. What's going to happen with the roads and the waterworks? We are the first ones to move, so we have to get out of the way before the road comes. $2 million has been allocated for the Ben Sawyer drainage, an additional $7.5 million for 526. And $18 million for Highway 41. Highway 41 will be the most significant road widening project in Mount Pleasant Waterworks. I won't go in depth, but I do want to at least tell you what this picture is. The complexities of drilling a well, 2,500 feet below Earth's surface. This is us up at USGS in Columbia. Those are core samples. So what you want with a core sample is obviously porous material so that water can move through it. Cracks in those pores indicate an area of extremely good yield. And so you can look at these cores and you can't tell a lot, but you can see they're cracked and it looks really nice. So we're excited about it and try to convey a little bit of that science to you, but just the excitement that we're going to have during FY26 as we drill this test well. I will be back to give you updates on it. So it's pretty cool. All right, budget timeline, June 9th, 2025. That will be our first budget public hearing at 5:30. June 16th, public comment period ends, and then the annual meeting to adopt the budget will be June 18th, 2025, and new rates and fees will be effective July 1st of 2025. Septic system maintenance program. You have been a big supporter and heard about our septic program at Mount Pleasant Waterworks. We have pushed a maintenance program. That's if there's unavailable, if sewer is unavailable to your house and you have a septic tank, who manages it? Currently, it's the homeowner. Starting July 1st, 2024, we implemented a program to allow Mount Pleasant Waterworks to maintain that septic tank. We feel we are the right entity to manage and maintain sewer infrastructure. And a septic tank, to me, is sewer infrastructure. January 1st of this year, calendar year, we launched a pilot program. All new houses built with a septic tank, it was mandatory that you be a participant in the septic system maintenance program. Community engagement began in April. The second component of our mandatory project will start July. So July 2025, at the point of sale of a home or a transfer of an account, it will be a mandatory participation. So we'll have two mandatory categories, new home builds along with point of sale.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are we requiring a homeowner to get on our septic system maintenance program? I think it's a great idea. I'm just curious of what mechanism you're using to do that.
That's an excellent question. So MPW currently has a policy that if you would like water from MPW and sewer is available, you have to take both services. You cannot have one without the other. This will be a very similar program. If sewer is not available and you have a septic tank, but you want water service, you will have to join the septic system maintenance program so that we provide water as well. So those two will come together.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think the biggest point there, it wouldn't be like existing homes that would have to. It would be homes that get sold and a new account takes over, or brand new builds that get built.
Exactly.
With septic tanks.
The only
So
two
there's that
categories.
mechanism of like a new owner. Yeah, a new account.
New account. That's right. So it will be, I think we have an upcoming slide, but to address that, it will be new builds, so new construction mandatory, and point of sale or transfer of account.
Yeah.
Existing customers will not have to comply with the mandatory component. There's a voluntary option for existing customers.
So you're operating within the perimeter of Mount Pleasant?
Our entire service area, so our customers, correct. Any current Mount Pleasant Waterworks customer only.
Yeah, the water
Waterworks, yeah.
area is a lot larger. Yeah.
Yep. All right, we wanted to see, this is the advertisement, so it's protect your home and our environment, septic system maintenance made easy, and for the low price of $15 a month. So $15 a month flat fee. We will provide yearly inspections. We will provide pump out of the septic system every 5 years, coordination of any repairs, along with an insurance component if you meet the qualifications of our insurance. And so this breaks down, this is the phase 1 pilot. So new customers or transfer accounts, mandatory. Existing customer accounts, voluntary component. So hopefully this graphic makes that simple. $15 a month, and these are the two types of customers. All right, in the maintenance program, it does come with two service options. Option 1, annual inspections and regular pump outs every 5 years or as needed. And option 2, annual inspections, regular pump outs, repair coverage up to $3,000, and repair coordination. You might ask yourself, how do I move into the option 2 group of customers? You have to have a baseline inspection. So if you inspect your septic tank, it is in good working order when you join the program, you will be an option 2 customer. If you do not want to get your septic tank inspected and you join the program, you're an option 1 customer. And we encourage anyone out in the audience today, $50 for the first 50 people to join. It's an incentive. We have had, I think we have 1 active participant now, and we have 8 queued up. So it's a massive rollout. We're trying to push it. SCIP grant projects, McKnight Road complete. Children and Sam Edwards Road, April start. Louise Terrace, May start. Pelzer Drive, just awarded the contract to Quality Enterprise. And Snowden Phase 3, we have completed 1 segment, so customers can tie in. And currently, Segment 4 and Segment 6 are under construction, and then we will move to Segment 5.
I think, just for council's information, I think Pelzer is going to end up being a big one because of roads being closed. So what's kind of the timeline on that looking like?
Pelzer will be a big one, and I don't know if there is a good timeline, like what is a better time of year for that project to start.
Okay.
I am guessing mobilization will probably start mid-July for that project.
Okay.
Duration of that project is probably 6 months.
Okay. And that's how long we'd be looking at road closures potentially.
Yeah. A lot of it will be night work, lane shifts.
Okay.
But it will be an impactful project.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, update on the SCIP grant, clean water credits. These are only the clean water credits for the SCIP grant. Existing residents on the left-hand side, we hope to move all of those to the complete status on the right-hand side. But 16 approved in Snowden currently. 3 under construction. Again, as those segments finish, we hope that those numbers move to the right, to the completed side. And clean water cup update in general. Again, it doesn't look like much, 24 complete. My hope was to have 10 a year. I felt like a successful program would be 10 clean water credits a year. So this is 2 years worth of data, and we are sitting at 24 completed, which I feel like is a very successful program, and we've had 95 total applicants. So again, I appreciate your partnership with the Clean Water Credit. We could not move forward without the town's partnership, so very much appreciated. Highway 17 force main. So you have probably seen the HDPE pipe on the side of the road. It has been there for way too long. That is unfortunate. There was a fiber optic cable that interfered with us pulling that pipe. This project, that line was laid out in October, and quite frankly should be in the ground by now and has been delayed. Segment 1 drilling plan, you can see the updated revised plan. Fiber optic line has been located. We know exactly where that line is for the additional 4 segments. $6.7 million project in totality, and it's to replace 37-year-old ductile iron piping. So critical infrastructure for Mount Pleasant. Moves about 2 million gallons of sewage a day. But obviously we did not want to hit that fiber optic cable. That cable connects Charleston to Myrtle Beach area and all along the way. So very critical piece of infrastructure. We do apologize for that delay, but I am excited to get that pipe in the ground as soon as possible. I expect to see that pipe moving mid-May and be completed with segment 1 near the end of June. So movement coming very soon. And fluoride statement. You have probably received a few calls related to fluoride. I know the water company has. Just so you know, Mount Pleasant Water Works, we 2016 timeframe, we stopped adding chemical fluoride to our water. Currently, we are augmenting our water with natural raw water. About 10% of our water is raw, untreated water. That really provides a lot of benefit for the water quality, prevents corrosion in our distribution system, which is extremely important when we discuss lead and copper. But it does add a small concentration of fluoride back to the water. So while we don't add chemical fluoride to the water because of the reasons that are becoming fairly apparent. And the main reason is an operator handling issue. The chemical is difficult to manage and handle at the water treatment plant. We opted to stop using that chemical, but again, we do blend natural water, raw water, in with our finished water. So there is a small amount of fluoride in our water, but no chemical fluoride addition, if you are asked.
Thank you for that update as well. I think we've had several public comments at either committee or council meetings where people delved into fluoride. Does that conclude?
I think that concludes it, Chairman. So if there are any
Does anybody
questions,
else have any questions or
I have one
comments?
question.
Go ahead.
There is a computer company that takes a lot of water out of the aquifer in our area of South Carolina. Does that have any impact on these new wells you're going to be drilling?
excellent question. So not only is there a current data center in operation, but there are 2 additional data centers that will be coming online very soon. I was at a conference recently presenting on how they are going to power these data centers. These data centers use massive amounts of power and water, massive amounts of power and water. My question to the presenters afterwards was, I understand that the data centers are coming, but has anyone asked, or do you have information on how much of the data, the AI that they're generating and crunching the numbers, how much is used for entertainment versus business? And I guess my point in that is we know they need power and water. The question is, do they get it just because they need it? As you know, those permits, that groundwater permit, there are other users which that restricted our Charleston Aquifer permit, so it absolutely made an impact on Mount Pleasant Waterworks. The Grambling Aquifer, the well that we're drilling, if successful, we will be the only entity in that aquifer. So it will be an unrestricted use at this time.
That's great, because I was worried about that. I was worried about those data centers. I mean, based on what I've seen from what used to be DHEC, now is, it was an environmental business, not environmental business, but environmental commission or something
The
like that.
DES,
Anyhow,
services, yes.
yeah, environmental services. But that really concerned me when I was looking at the data coming out of that aquifer. So I'm glad we'll have one completely separate from theirs. That's great.
There's only one other user in our state that I am aware of, and they are down South Island, down near Hilton Head. So long ways away.
Thank you very much, and thanks for working with us on the septic systems.
Great. Glad to participate.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
All right.
Appreciate
Thanks,
your
Chairman.
thorough update. All right. And with that, item number 5 on the agenda is to adjourn. So we stand adjourned.